What if the shadows that dance on your walls at night are more than mere tricks of light? Every flicker, every rustle could herald the arrival of beings woven from the very fabric of nightmares, lurking just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In homes around the world, whispered tales of creatures born from fear seep through the cracks of silence, each story steeped in ancient terror and desperate warnings. These are not mere figments of imagination. They are the chilling manifestations of humanity's darkest fears, rooted in cultures as diverse as the lands they inhabit. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, an old woman recounts how the Chinecs of Mexico play tricks on the unwary, leading them astray in the dense jungles, never to return. The air thickens with dread as she warns that the very earth can conspire against you, swallowing you whole if you tread too loudly. Meanwhile, in the frost-bitten forests of Eastern Europe, children shiver at the mention of the banshee, whose wails herald death itself, a haunting promise that not even the bravest can escape. Feel the air grow colder as night descends. Shadows stretch and twist, each creak of the floorboards amplifying a sense of foreboding. In the distance, the mournful cry of a night bird mimics the lament of the restless spirits that have walked these lands long before civilization dared to stake its claim. Ghostly figures may yet walk among us, their stories long forgotten, yet their power undiminished. With each heartbeat, the tension escalates, wrapping itself around the very essence of fear. The tales of the Rakshasa from India swirl like smoke, their eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger for chaos. Known to feast on the souls of the unsuspecting, these shapeshifters blend seamlessly into every environment, their true forms hidden beneath layers of deception. What happens when the boundary between reality and folklore blurs? What dark truths lie beneath the surface of these haunting stories, waiting for the moment to breach the fragile wall of disbelief? As the clock strikes midnight, the air is thick with anticipation. A storm brews on the horizon, and with it comes a sense of inevitability. Something wicked this way comes. The flicker of lightning illuminates the sky, casting ghostly silhouettes against the landscape. A chill runs down the spine as the tales of the Wendigo echo through the night, a warning of insatiable greed and the monstrous transformation that follows. History breathes through these narratives, whispering secrets of survival, cautionary tales that echo across generations. They remind us that fear is not just a feeling, it's a living entity, one that has shaped humanity's past. As you sift through these chilling accounts, remember, the creatures of nightmares are not confined to the pages of folklore. They walk among us, waiting for the moment when darkness falls and our deepest fears come to life. Are you ready to confront the shadows that linger just beyond your sight? The moon hung low in the sky, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the walls of an ancient cave. Inside, a flickering fire struggled to push back the darkness, illuminating the faces of those huddled around it. Their eyes were wide, not from the light but from the stories whispered in hushed tones, tales of spirits and monsters lurking just beyond the circle of warmth. Each crackle of the fire sent a shiver down their spines, for they knew that the night held deeper fears than mere shadows. Nightmares have haunted humanity for centuries, weaving their way through the tapestry of human history like a dark, uninvited guest. Even in the earliest days when our ancestors lived in harmony with nature, the unknown was a formidable enemy. They faced wild beasts and unpredictable weather, but the most terrifying adversary was the fear that took shape in their dreams. The very act of sleeping became a battlefield, a place where vulnerability met primal terror. In ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia, dreams were seen as messages from the gods. Nightmares, however, were a different story. They were thought to be omens or curses, often linked to the anger of deities. Priests and priestesses would interpret these dreams, hoping to uncover the hidden meanings behind the terrors that plague the night. One could imagine the hushed whispers that filled the temple as a trembling worshiper recounted a dream where they were chased by a monstrous figure, only to be told it was a warning of impending doom. As time flowed like the river that nourished the land, the Greeks and Romans added layers to the understanding of nightmares. They believed that these disturbing dreams were the work of the goddess Morpheus, who could send both pleasant and terrible dreams to mortals. In the depths of the night, when sleep took hold, the soul would wander, navigating both the beauty and the dread that lay in waiting. For the ancients, a nightmare was not just a fleeting horror but a connection to the divine, a bridge between the waking world and something far more sinister. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, and the image of nightmares transformed yet again. Dark times birthed dark visions. The threat of witch hunts, plagues, and famine loomed over society, casting a pall of despair. Nightmares became synonymous with evil spirits and demonic influences. People began to believe that these dreams were the result of malevolent forces invading their minds while they slept. The fear wasn't merely of the dream itself, but of the very idea that one could be possessed while vulnerable. Villagers rumored about witches who could enter dreams, leaving them screaming and drenched in sweat come morning. Then there were the tales that traveled through the corridors of history, story after story of terrifying encounters with nightmares that left marks on the soul. A woman in a small village would recount how night after night she dreamt of a shadowy figure pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. The phenomenon of sleep paralysis became well known, and with it came the belief that this was a manifestation of malevolent spirits. In some cultures, it was thought that the very act of dreaming could be an invitation for these dark beings to enter one's life. The fear of nightmares took on a different form during the Age of Enlightenment. Rationality began to take the front seat, and dreams were analyzed through the lens of science. Yet, even as the shadows of superstition faded, the fear persisted. Doctors like Sigmund Freud proposed that nightmares were rooted in repressed fears and desires. They were the mind's way of grappling with the darkness that lay buried beneath the surface. The very idea that one's own subconscious could conjure such terrifying images filled many with dread. The thought that our minds could betray us, turning fears into vivid nightmares, was a chilling realization. As the Industrial Revolution swept across the world, the pace of life quickened, but so did anxiety. The fear of the unknown, of losing oneself in the machinery of a rapidly changing society, found its voice in the realm of nightmares. People began to dream of being chased by faceless figures through crowded streets, lost in an incomprehensible world. Tension and stress seeped into the fabric of society, and nightmares became a reflection of the turmoil that bubbled beneath the surface. Fast forward to modern times, and the landscape of nightmares has transformed once more, yet the primal fears remain. With the advent of technology, the horrors depicted on screens seeped into the dreams of many. The ghostly faces of horror movie villains joined the ranks of historical terrors, reshaping what it meant to experience fear in the night. In an age where the boundaries between reality and fiction blur, nightmares take on new forms, often reflecting the anxieties of a world rife with uncertainty. As the sun sets and darkness blankets the world, the echoes of history linger, carrying with them the weight of our collective fears. Every whisper of wind through the trees, every creak in the floorboards, holds the potential to awaken those ancient terrors that have haunted humanity for millennia. The mind, a labyrinth of memories and emotions, continues to craft its own nightmares, each one a mirror reflecting the shadows of the past. The stories of fear, heartbreak, and the unknown intertwine, creating a rich tapestry of dread that stretches across time. And so, as the night deepens, the ancient fears that brought those early humans to the fire still flicker in the minds of people today. The shadows whisper secrets, and the past intertwines with the present, blurring the lines between what is real and what is imagined. The cycle continues, feeding off the very essence of human experience, and the next wave of nightmares waits just beyond the veil of sleep, ready to invade the dreams of the unsuspecting. In the hushed whispers of the northern woods, where the jagged peaks scrape the sky and the icy breath of winter seeps into every crevice, a chilling presence lurks, an echo of ancient fears that chills the bones of even the bravest souls. Beneath the canopy of gnarly branches and blanket of fallen leaves, the Wendigo prowls, a creature of shadow and hunger whose legend has haunted generations. It is said that when the snow falls thick and the nights stretch long, one can hear the mournful calls of the Wendigo, a haunting sound that sends shivers down the spine. Tribal elders spoke of a time when men succumbed to the gnawing bite of hunger, when survival turned brother against brother. The Wendigo was born of that desperation, a spirit emerging from the frostbitten earth, feeding on the darkest corners of the human soul. Its eyes were said to glow like dying embers, reflecting a hunger that could never be sated. Tales of its grotesque form haunted the flickering firesides, the stories twisting and turning, growing darker with each telling. When the first snow fell, the air turned sharp with the scent of pine and decay. In these moments, the forests transformed into a treacherous maze, where paths disappeared under the weight of white, and even the sun seemed to shudder behind the clouds. The Wendigo thrived in this cold, its long, emaciated body slipping silently through the trees, always watching, always waiting. The elders warned that to hear the Wendigo's call was to invite doom, a warning lost on the ears of the young and reckless. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched like fingers across the ground, a group of friends decided to venture into the woods. They laughed, their voices bright and full of life, dismissing the warnings as mere superstition. It was a dare, a test of courage against the backdrop of flickering stars. Each step deeper into the forest seemed to draw them further away from the warmth of their campfire and the safety of their laughter. The trees closed in, the air grew still, and an uneasy silence wrapped around them. Suddenly it began, a low, guttural sound echoing through the trees, unlike anything they had ever heard. It was the kind of noise that gnawed at the edges of sanity, awakening primal fears that lay buried beneath layers of civilization. The friends exchanged glances, laughter dying in their throats. Then came a rustling, branches snapping under the weight of something unseen. A chill ran down their spines as the realization hit. This was no mere animal. "What was that?" one of them whispered, voice trembling. "Just the wind," another replied, though their eyes darted nervously. Yet, the wind was still, too still. The air became thick and heavy as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting, watching. As they pressed on, the darkness enveloped them, and the weight of their earlier bravado began to crumble into a suffocating fear. The Wendigo's presence seeped into the very ground beneath their feet, feeding on their anxiety, their fear becoming a feast for the insatiable spirit. It was said that when panic grips the heart, the Wendigo draws closer, its form shifting and changing, becoming one with the shadows that dance in the moonlight. As they huddled together, they could almost feel its icy breath on their necks, hear the faint whisper of their own despair echoing back at them. Then, as if summoned by their terror, the creature revealed itself. Its skeletal figure emerged from the darkness, towering over them, grotesque and elongated, with skin stretched tightly over bones and eyes that glinted with a hunger that went beyond the physical. It was a vision of nightmares, embodying every fear they had ever known. One friend stumbled back, tripping over a root, and as he fell, the others froze, paralyzed by horror. The Wendigo seemed to savor their fear, drawing closer, the silence of the forest now replaced by the echo of its heavy breathing. The friends could feel the ground vibrating beneath them. An ominous reminder that they were not alone. The hunger radiating from the creature was palpable, a dark force that wrapped around their hearts, squeezing tighter with each passing second. "Run!" one of them finally shouted, breaking the spell. Panic ignited within them, and they sprinted through the trees, branches clawing at their clothes, the whispers of the Wendigo lingering in their ears. It pursued with a speed that defied nature, the sound of its feet crunching on the frozen ground, a dreadful rhythm that thumped against their chests. As they raced deeper into the woods, they could feel their strength waning, the cold seeping into their bones. The Wendigo was relentless, a shadow that seemed to glide effortlessly through the night, always just behind them, always hungry. With every turn, every desperate gasp for breath, they could almost feel its icy fingers creeping closer, reaching for the warmth of their bodies, for the beating heart that throbbed with life. One by one, the friends began to falter, the weight of despair pulling them down. The legend was true. The Wendigo fed not only on flesh but on the very essence of fear, twisting hope into something dark and unrecognizable. As the last flicker of light faded from the sky, the woods seemed to come alive with their cries, the Wendigo's laughter echoing through the trees. A reminder of what it meant to be consumed by hunger, both physical and spiritual. And as the night dragged on, the forest closed in, carrying with it the haunting tales of those who had ventured too far, whose laughter had turned to screams, whose souls would forever roam the wilderness, trapped in a loop of terror, forever pursued by the insatiable Wendigo. The moon hung high in a velvet sky, casting an eerie glow over the small village of La Perla. Shadows danced along the dirt roads, whispering tales of fear that had gripped the villagers for weeks. It was a night like any other, until the piercing scream of a goat shattered the stillness. A sudden stillness followed, as the townsfolk knew all too well what awaited them. The chupacabra had returned. The very name sent shivers down the spines of farmers and families alike. Legends spoke of a creature that prowled the night, a bloodsucker that left livestock drained of life, their bodies left cold and lifeless. In the shadows of the village the fear was palpable. What was this beast? Was it simply a myth? Or was it something altogether more sinister that had slipped through the cracks of reality? It began in the mid-1990s in Puerto Rico, where stories of this mysterious creature began to circulate. Reports of livestock found dead with strange puncture wounds on their necks spread like wildfire. Livestock owners, once peaceful and content, now found themselves clutching their rifles and peering into the dark, every sound echoing like a death knell. They whispered nervously among themselves, recalling the tales of the chupacabra, a creature that seemed to thrive in the shadows, an embodiment of their deepest fears. Witnesses described the chupacabra as a small reptilian being with spines running down its back, glowing red eyes that pierced through the darkness and a mouth that seemed to grin in the moonlight, a twisted smile of hunger. But there were variations to the stories. The creature was not always the same. Some said it walked on two legs, while others insisted it scuttled on all fours, almost like a wild dog. Regardless of the details, one thing was universally agreed upon. It was a predator, and it was out for blood. As the news spread, the legend began to morph, grabbing hold of the imaginations of those who dared to think of the creature. The chupacabra wasn't just a monster. It was a metaphor for the fears that gnawed at the edges of society, the economic struggles, the rapid changes of modern life, the helplessness against forces beyond control. With every goat that fell victim, the story of the chupacabra grew, intertwining with the very fabric of the communities affected. People began to share their encounters, fueling the legend, each tale more harrowing than the last. In a nearby town, a small girl named Isabella would stare out her window, her eyes wide with terror. She had heard the stories whispered by her parents, the way they would huddle together, voices low, speaking of a night when they thought they heard the creature. It was scratching at the door, her father had said, his voice trembling. We could hear it breathing. Isabella, clutching her stuffed animal, felt the weight of those words like a heavy blanket trapping her in a world of shadows. Then came the fateful night when her own family's chickens met their demise. The sun had set, and the whole farm was enveloped in silence. It was too quiet. the kind of quiet that gnaws at your sanity. Isabella peered through the window and saw it. A dark shape moving swiftly across the yard, too low and too fast to be any ordinary animal. Her heart raced, a drumbeat of fear echoing in her ears. She slipped on her shoes and tiptoed outside, driven by a mix of curiosity and terror. What she saw would haunt her dreams. The creature was crouched low, its eyes reflective and glowing, its spines glistening under the moonlight. It was a glimpse into a nightmare made flesh, a living embodiment of every fearful story she had heard. Isabella froze, her breath caught in her throat, unable to scream or move. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the chupacabra vanished into the shadows, leaving nothing but the faintest whisper of dread in its wake. The following day, the farm was in chaos. The chickens lay lifeless in their coop, victims of the bloodsucker that had prowled the night. The villagers gathered, horror etched on their faces as they recounted their encounters, each tale adding layers to the ever-growing legend. Fear seeped into every crack and crevice, turning once friendly neighbors into wary strangers. The chupacabra had transformed their lives, making them prisoners of their own fears. As the legends spread, so too did the myths of what the chupacabra could do. Some said it could curse those who spoke its name, while others believed it had the power to suck the very essence of life from its victims. Reports came from not just Puerto Rico, but also Mexico and beyond. It was said to jump high, scale walls, and move with a speed that was almost supernatural. It became the ghost story shared around campfires, the frightful tale told to keep children indoors after dark. And yet, as the fear began to consume the villages, so did the need for answers. Scientists and cryptozoologists descended upon these small communities, hoping to unravel the mystery of the chupacabra. They examined carcasses, analyzed blood samples, and interviewed witnesses. Theories abounded, some suggesting it was a type of dog with a rare skin disease, while others posited it was a new species altogether, something that had lurked on the fringes of the known world, waiting for the right moment to step into the light. But every time they thought they had found the truth, more mysterious cases would emerge, teasing at the edges of what they knew. The chupacabra became an enigma, a shape-shifting monster that evaded classification, much like the fears it represented. The stories twisted and turned, becoming part of the cultural fabric, merging with older legends of creatures that haunted the nights long before the chupacabra came to be. Each sighting, each story, added depth to this modern myth. In La Perla, only whispers filled the air now, and the once vibrant laughter of children playing outside was replaced by an all-consuming silence. The chupacabra had not just claimed livestock, it had claimed the spirit of the village. As the stars twinkled above, another night approached, and with it, the promise of fear lurking just beyond the threshold. Would the chupacabra emerge once more, or was it just a figment of the night? The villagers could only wait, hearts pounding, breath held, as the darkness crept closer, wrapping its cold fingers around their souls. A chilling wind swept through the ancient hills of Ireland, carrying with it the whispers of the past, an omen that made the skin crawl and hearts race. It was said that on nights when the moon hung low, a wailing cry could be heard, echoing through the valleys, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to listen. This was the voice of the banshee, a spectral figure woven into the very fabric of Irish folklore, her lament a haunting melody that foretold death. In the dim light of a flickering candle, the old storytelling circle gathered. The air thick with anticipation, people leaned closer, their breaths hitching in their throats. The tale of the banshee was one they all knew, yet each retelling dripped with fresh dread. This was not just a story, it was a warning, a reminder that life was fragile, teetering on the edge of an unseen abyss. The banshee was not merely a ghost, she was a woman, though her beauty was twisted by sorrow. Legends spoke of her long, flowing hair, as dark as the stormy sea, and eyes that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. She appeared in various forms, sometimes as a maiden weeping, other times as a crone cloaked in gray. But always her presence was accompanied by that mournful wail, a sound that chilled the bones and sent shivers down the spine. In the quiet corners of crumbling castles and the shadows of ancient trees, the banshee's story echoed through time. She was believed to be a guardian spirit of certain families, particularly those of noble descent. Her cries were said to announce the impending death of a loved one. This was not a random act of fate, it was a personal calling. The banshee chose her families, and her wails were their grim lullaby, prepared to usher them to the next world. As the villagers shared their stories, one could almost hear the rustling of leaves and the distant sound of weeping. It was said that the banshee would appear near the homes of those destined to die, her spirit intertwining with the fabric of their lives. Families would listen for her cry, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the end was near. It was a bond forged in sorrow, a connection that transcended the veil between life and death. But the banshee was not just a figure of terror. She also embodied the deep well of grief experienced by those left behind. Her cries were an echo of loss, a reminder that love endures even in the face of mortality. The old folk tales told of mothers who heard her wail and knew their children would soon be taken. Yet, in those moments, there was also an understanding that death was part of the cycle of life, a necessary end to the earthly journey. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and purple, a young girl named Alf sat at the edge of her family's land. The air was thick with the scent of blooming wildflowers, but there was a heaviness in her heart. She had heard the stories of the banshee whispered around the hearth, tales that sent chills racing down her spine. As darkness enveloped the land, she felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching her. Suddenly, a wail pierced the silence, cutting through the calm like a knife. Iweave's heart raced. The sound was both beautiful and terrifying, a melody filled with sorrow and longing. It seemed to rise up from the depths of the earth itself, swirling around her like a ghostly embrace. She ran toward her home, her feet barely touching the ground, a primal instinct driving her to seek safety. Inside, Aoife found her mother, eyes wide with fear. They both knew the truth. The banshee had come for them. It was not just a tale of old, but a reality lurking at their doorstep. The cries wove a tapestry of fate, binding them to the past and whispering of what was to come. The girl's heart felt heavy as she grasped her mother's hand, the warmth of love stark against the coldness of the future. As the hour grew late, whispers of the banshee filled the room, mingling with the crackling of the fire. Aweave's mother recounted the stories passed down through generations. Tales of their ancestors who had also encountered the wailing spirit, each tale etched deeper into Aof's heart, marking her with the weight of her lineage. The family's connection to the banshee was undeniable, a thread woven through time, binding each member to the sorrowful guardian. The night wore on, and other families gathered in their homes, listening for the banshee's cry. A storm brewed on the horizon, lightning illuminating the sky in brief flashes, casting eerie shadows on the walls. The villagers understood the significance of the storm. It was a herald of change, a signal that something momentous was about to unfold. As the banshee's wail echoed through the valleys, it mingled with the tempest outside. The cry was both a warning and a comfort, a reminder that death was not to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. There was a magic in the air, a fleeting connection to the past as villagers held their loved ones close, preparing for whatever fate awaited them. The night deepened, and the cries of the banshee intertwined with the howling wind. Each note was a reminder of the love that would remain, even beyond the grave. The stories of the banshee swept through the village like a haunting refrain, a melody that would echo in the hearts of the living, reminding them of those who had gone before and those yet to come. The wails continued, each one a promise, a warning, a reflection of the love that never dies. And as dawn approached, The bond between the living and the spirit world grew stronger, entwining their fates in a dance as old as time itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the African landscape, a chilling breeze rustled the leaves, whispering ancient warnings. In the dense forests of West Africa, where the light barely pierced through the thick canopy, an unseen terror lurked. Stories of dread floated from village to village, tales of a creature that existed in the twilight, waiting for the unwary. The Asan-Bosum, a flesh-eating vampire, was more than a myth. It was a nightmare stitched into the fabric of local lore, an entity that stirred fear in the hearts of those who dared to venture into its territory. The Asan-Bosum was said to have the form of a man, but its appearance was grotesque, horrifying. Long, sharp fangs glistened in the dark, and a twisted body was adorned with hair that hung like serpents. But it was its feet that truly set it apart, a clawed set of limbs that could grip and snatch the living with the precision of a hunter. It was said to dwell high in the trees, waiting for unsuspecting travelers to pass beneath, luring them with an eerie silence before it swooped down, leaving only dread and the echo of its terrible laughter. In one such village, stories circulated among the flickering fires where mothers would gather their children close as the elders spoke. "Do not wander into the woods after sunset," they warned, their voices trembling. "The Asan-Bosum is hungry, and it is never far away." The children listened wide-eyed, knowing the creature was not just a figment of imagination. They had heard the stories of missing friends and loved ones, victims who had gone into the forest and never returned. One evening, a brave young man named Kofi decided to test the tales. Growing tired of the fear that held his village captive, he ventured into the darkened woods, armed only with a spear and his resolve. The trees loomed around him, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky. As he walked, the silence thickened, pressing against his ears. Even the birds had fallen silent, sensing the danger that lingered just beyond sight. Carrying the weight of his village's fear, Kofi pushed deeper into the forest. He remembered the stories of the Asan-Bosum, how it would lure the unwary with soft whispers, enticing them with promises of power or wealth. He steeled himself against the unseen creature, determined not to succumb to its charm. But as the night deepened, he felt a chill crawl up his spine, a nagging sensation that he was no longer alone. Suddenly, a rustle above him broke the silence. Kofi looked up, heart pounding, and there it was, the Asan-Bosum, silhouetted against the moonlight. Its long body swayed gently as it hung from a branch, eyes glowing like embers, locked onto him with a predatory intensity. Panic surged through Kofi, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. The stories hadn't prepared him for this moment. The creature grinned, revealing its fangs, sharp and dripping, as if it had just fed. Kofi's instincts screamed for him to run, but he stood frozen, captivated by the creature's eerie beauty, its terrifying grace. The Asan-Bosum dropped from its perch, landing silently before him. The air was thick with dread, and Kofi could see the glistening claws that were ready to tear through flesh. "Why do you come here?" it hissed, voice low and haunting. "Do you seek power, young one?" Kofi swallowed hard, the words he had rehearsed now escaping him. The fear of his village, the stories that had shaped him, all converged in this moment. "I come to confront you," he finally managed to say, his voice a whisper against the night. The Asan-Bosum laughed, a sound that echoed through the trees like a death knell. "Confront me, foolish child," it sneered. "What do you think you can do? I am legend. I am hunger incarnate." In a blink, it lunged forward, clawed hands outstretched. Kofi just barely dodged. Adrenaline coursing through him, instincts kicking in. He thrust his spear forward, but it merely grazed the creature's side, causing no damage. The Asan-Bosum recoiled, eyes widening, a mixture of surprise and fury surging through its gaze. In that fleeting moment, Kofi realized something crucial. The tales had been right, but they had also been wrong. The creature was not invincible. It could bleed. His heart pounded with renewed hope. He was not merely facing a monster, but a being that could be challenged. With each breath, his courage grew, turning fear into a weapon. The forest swirled with tension as Kofi and the Asan danced a deadly waltz under the moonlight, each moment stretching into eternity. Kofi darted behind trees, using them as shields, striking out whenever he spotted an opening. But the creature was cunning. It shifted like smoke, blending with the darkness, and every time Kofi thought he had it cornered, it slipped away, taunting him with silent laughter. "Do you not know?" the Asan mocked, pacing like a predator. "I know these woods better than anyone. Every shadow, every whisper belongs to me." Kofi gritted his teeth, refusing to be cowed. He had to remember the stories. The elders had spoken of the creature's weakness, its fear of fire, the light that could banish it. With a sudden burst of inspiration, Kofi turned and sprinted back to the village, the Asan close on his heels, its claws scraping against bark and earth. The village was alive with flickering lights as he burst into the circle of huts. Breathless, his voice a harsh whisper, "Gather fire. We need to fight." The villagers, arms laden with makeshift torches and flames, rushed to his side, fear transformed into determination. Kofi led them back into the forest, their flames illuminating the darkness. The Asan sensing the shift in power, hissed at the sight of the encroaching light. It recoiled, its monstrous form twisting away, but Kofi pressed forward, a firebrand in hand. "Tonight, we reclaim our peace," he shouted, holding the flame high. The Asan snarled, its eyes flickering with rage and fear. As the villagers surrounded it, the creature realized it was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. In that moment, the very air crackled with emotion. The desperation of the villagers, the rage of the creature, and Kofi's fierce resolve melded into a chaotic symphony of survival. The chase, the confrontation, the collective courage of a community, they all hung in the balance as flames danced between them, illuminating the monstrous reality of fear that had gripped the village for so long. The Asan once a figure of terror, now became a desperate beast, its fate uncertain, its hunger unquenched. And so, the night stretched on, with the shadows of ancient tales looming above, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the dense woods of Japan, where shadows danced and whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Somewhere within this enchanted darkness, a silhouette moved gracefully, its semblance shifting from a lovely woman to something far more sinister. This was the Jorogumo, the Spider-Woman, a creature steeped in legend, whose beauty could lure even the most cautious traveler to his doom. In olden times, tales of the Jorogumo echoed through villages, carried by the wind from one ear to another. Her hair flowed like silk, and her eyes sparkled with the allure of 1,000 stars, drawing men closer, ensnaring their hearts before they even realized the danger. She resided in the depths of the mountains, often near rivers or secluded waterfalls where she spun her intricate webs, delicate yet deadly, much like her own nature. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young man named Haruto found himself wandering deeper into the woods than he intended. He was a bold soul, known for his daring exploits, but he had heard the whispers of the Jorogumo and felt a shiver run down his spine. Ignoring the unease that clawed at him, he pressed on, drawn by the haunting beauty of the landscape. Little did he know, the Jorogumo watched him, her many legs moving silently across the earth, her heart racing with excitement. As Haruto approached a clearing, he stumbled upon a shimmering pool illuminated by the moonlight. It was mesmerizing. The water was still, reflecting the night sky like a mirror, and there, poised on a rock, sat a woman whose beauty was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Her skin glowed softly, and her long black hair cascaded around her like a waterfall. The Jorogumo smiled, her lips curling in a way that sent chills down his spine. "Come closer, brave traveler," she beckoned, her voice sweet like honey, yet carrying an undercurrent of something dark and ancient. Caught in her spell, Haruto stepped forward, feeling as if he were walking through a dream. He couldn't resist. The way she gestured, the way her eyes sparkled like the stars themselves, it was intoxicating. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if afraid to break the enchantment that surrounded him. "I am the Jorogumo," she replied, the name rolling off her tongue like a forbidden incantation. "I guard these woods, and I have been waiting for someone like you." Her words hung in the air, heavy with promise and danger. But as he gazed into her eyes, Haruto felt a flicker of doubt. Was it admiration or terror that gripped him? The legends warned of her true nature, the way she lured men into her web of deceit. Yet he couldn't look away. The pull was magnetic, drawing him closer to the edge of the abyss. The Jorogumo noticed the hesitation in him, and her smile widened. "You need not fear me, dear one. Those who enter my domain are not trapped. They are chosen. I offer companionship, warmth, and a life beyond the ordinary." The promise of adventure whispered sweetly in his ear, drowning out the warnings echoing from his memory. But with every word, the air around them thickened, and shadows stirred at the corners of the clearing. Haruto could sense the malice hiding beneath her beauty, like a predator disguised as prey. He remembered the stories of men who had vanished without a trace, lured into the depths of the forest, never to return. The thought sent a shudder through him. Yet his curiosity battled with caution, pushing him further into her web. "What do you want from me?" he asked, trying to sound brave, though his voice trembled slightly. "I seek a partner," she replied, her voice smooth as silk. "Someone who can share my eternity, who can understand the depths of my soul." She stepped closer, the moonlight illuminating her figure, revealing how her form shifted subtly as if she were a blend of woman and spider. The edges of her body blurred, reminding him of the dangers lurking beneath her enchanting guise. In that moment, a rustle in the underbrush broke the spell, and Haruto's heart raced. Was it just the wind, or had something stirred in the darkness? The Jorogumo's expression darkened, her gaze shifting momentarily. "Fear is unnecessary," she murmured, but the softness in her voice was laced with a sharp edge, like the fangs of a spider waiting to strike. Then, without warning, her beautiful facade began to unravel. The graceful movements morphed, her legs extending unnaturally, spindly, and grotesque. The shimmering pool rippled, reflecting her true form, and Haruto felt the icy grip of terror clutching at his heart. He staggered back, too stunned to move. "Once you're caught in my web, there is no escape," she hissed, her voice now a low growl, the beauty stripped away to reveal the creature lurking beneath. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable tragedy to unfold. In that harrowing instant, Haruto understood the cost of his curiosity. As the Jorogumo lunged forward, her jaws snapping, he turned and fled, the echo of her laughter following him through the woods. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches clawing at him as he raced away. The thrill of survival igniting his spirit even as he felt the weight of despair. With each frantic step, the haunting melody of her voice lingered in his ears, a reminder of the beauty that could lead to his doom. The path twisted and turned, shadows chasing him relentlessly, the memory of her eyes burning into his mind like a brand. She was not just a monster, she was a siren, a reminder of the thin line between allure and danger. As he reached the edge of the woods, gasping for breath, the chill of the moonlit night enveloped him, a stark contrast to the warmth of her enticement. The village lay ahead, its lights twinkling softly like stars in the distance, a beacon of safety. But as he glanced back over his shoulder, he knew that the Jorogumo would remain forever etched in his memory, her laughter echoing in the darkness, a haunting melody that would never fade. What would he tell the villagers? How could he explain the pull of the Yorogumo, the intoxicating blend of beauty and danger that had almost cost him his life? But even more chilling was the realization that he was not the only one who might be caught in her web. Others would come, drawn by the same allure, unaware of the lurking peril that lay in wait. His heart raced, both from fear and the residual thrill of his escape. Yet, deep down, a terrible curiosity remained. Would anyone believe him? Would they heed his warning, or would they too fall prey to the enchanting spider-woman of the woods? The night was far from over, and as he stepped into the flickering light of the village, he felt the weight of ancient tales resting on his shoulders, knowing that the legend of the Jorogumo lived on, waiting patiently to ensnare the next unsuspecting soul, whispering sweetly from the shadows. The moon hung high in the sky, a silver coin spilling light across the dark waters of a river. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the world held its breath, waiting for something to happen. A soft, sorrowful sound drifted through the trees, a haunting melody that sent chills down spines and tugged at hearts. It was the weeping of a woman, and the very essence of despair echoed through the night. This was no ordinary cry. It was the anguished lament of La Llorona, the weeping woman. Legends spoke of her, an enchanting figure draped in white, who roamed the banks of rivers and lakes, searching for her lost children. Her story was woven into the fabric of countless cultures across the Americas, whispered by the fireside, told in hushed tones, and shared with a sense of caution. Children, wide-eyed and trembling, learned to stay away from the water as twilight approached, for fear of hearing her mournful wails too close for comfort. Once she was a beautiful woman named Maria, living in a peaceful village. The bright laughter of her children echoed in her modest home, filling it with warmth and joy. Maria, enthralled by the love she felt for her children, poured her heart into their upbringing. But fate twisted cruelly, as it often does. In a moment of betrayal and heartbreak, Maria's life spiraled into darkness. The love of her life abandoned her, leaving her with nothing but a heart full of rage and sadness. In her despair, Maria made a tragic choice. On one fateful night, driven by grief, she took her children to the river, hoping to cleanse herself of her sorrow in the waters that once brought her joy. But the depths of her agony drowned out all reason. In a fit of madness, she let go of their tiny hands, watching helplessly as the current swept them away. The river roared, but all she could hear was the silence that followed, the silence of loss. Days turned into nights, and as the sun rose and fell, Maria became La Llorona, a ghost forever bound to the riverbanks. The villagers spoke of her chilling cries, echoing through the night, mingling with the rustling leaves and the whispers of the wind. "Ay, mis hijos," she would cry, her voice echoing with a mix of love and an unending sorrow. "Oh, my children." Each call was filled with such longing that it could pierce the heart of anyone who heard it. As the years passed, her legend grew, spreading from village to village, across borders and generations. The stories twisted and turned, shaping her image into that of a fearsome spirit, yet many remembered her as a tragic figure. Parents warned their children not to wander too close to the water, lest they encounter the ghostly figure in white, her hair flowing like dark water, her eyes pools of sorrow. The tales told of her luring children, mistaking them for her own, only to vanish into the night, leaving families broken and grieving. In every telling, the essence of her pain remained. A mother's heart, torn and shattered, became a warning to all. The rivers became sacred places, tinged with both beauty and dread. Fishermen spoke of hearing her cries while casting their nets, and lovers wandered the shores, hand in hand, yet with a cautious glance over their shoulders, knowing she could be watching. In the dim light of dusk, a group of children dared each other to approach the water, laughter bubbling up to the surface, a moment of bravery fueled by youthful ignorance. The air crackled with a mix of thrill and fear, They gathered at the edge, the water lapping at their feet, shimmering under the moonlight. Suddenly the laughter faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. The night grew heavy, and the wind whispered secrets that only the trees seemed to understand. Then it came, an echoing wail that rose above the water, a sound so heart-wrenching that it silenced the bravest among them. "Ay, mis hijos." The children turned pale, fear creeping into their chests as the sorrowful cry washed over them like a cold wave. They bolted, hearts racing, leaving behind their games and laughter, for the weeping woman was near. The stories say she can sense the innocent, drawn to them as if they were a piece of her lost soul. A soft rustling in the underbrush signaled a presence, and a chill snaked down their spines. A figure emerged, a woman in a flowing white dress, her hair cascading like a shadow. She looked lost, ethereal, and utterly heartbroken. The children dared not breathe, captivated by her mournful gaze. "Where are my children?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated as powerfully as thunder. The children remained frozen, grappling with the urge to run and the haunting pull of her sorrow. They could see the tears glistening in her eyes, reflecting the shimmering water, and for a moment they felt the weight of her pain seep into their bones. It was said that to hear La Llorona was to bear witness to a mother's despair, a love that transcended death, binding her spirit to the earth. She was a warning, a reminder of the fragility of life and the depths of grief. Many claimed she roamed not just rivers but also the streets of towns and cities, her cries echoing through the alleys, her presence felt in the chill of the night air. Each heart that heard her lamented for a moment, pondering the loss of love and the fear of what could be. For in her sorrow lay a truth that everyone knew too well, the terror of losing what matters most. As the moon watched silently from above, the children stumbled back, hearts pounding, eyes wide with terror. They fled from the water and the woman, their laughter replaced by gasps and quickened breaths. But in their fear, they carried with them a piece of her story, a tale that would continue to ripple across time, haunting the edges of their memories and echoing in the dark, forever intertwining their lives with the ghostly figure of La Llorona. The night stretched on, heavy with unspoken words and lingering sadness, as the river continued to flow, whispering her name to the winds. In the stillness of a moonlit night, when shadows danced and whispers echoed through the canyon, fear crept into the hearts of those who lived in the Navajo Nation. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to tread too far from the warmth of their campfires. The air thickened with stories of a creature so terrifying, so cunning, that it could slip into any form it desired, the skinwalker. Legends spoke of witches who had gone too far, crossing the line into darkness, acquiring the ability to transform into animals. In the Navajo tradition, the skinwalker was not simply a creature, it was a curse, a haunting presence that brought with it the stench of death and despair. The very thought of the skinwalker sent shivers through the community, its name barely spoken, as if uttering it would summon the horror. Elders warned children to stay close, their voices low and urgent as they recounted tales of nights when the creature stalked the living, its laughter echoing like a twisted melody through the trees. In every story there was a victim, a farmer who had noticed his cows behaving strangely, eyes wide and terrified, as if they sensed a hunter lurking. Or the young boy who swore he had seen his neighbor prowling through the brush, only to discover later that the neighbor had been in town all along. The skinwalker wore many faces, yet its essence remained the same, a dark force intent on chaos. One night, a young couple named Talia and Jacob decided to test the limits of their bravery. They were drawn to the thrill of the unknown, the adrenaline buzzing in their veins. With a flashlight in hand and laughter echoing between them, they ventured beyond the last flickering streetlight, deep into the dark embrace of the forest. Talia's heart raced, not only from excitement but from the stories her grandmother had told her as a child. "Stay away from the woods after dark," her grandmother had warned, "for you may see the skinwalker." But her youthful defiance pushed those warnings aside, as she believed they were simply old tales meant to scare children. As they wandered further, the laughter faded, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. Something shifted in the air, a weight that made the hair on the back of Talia's neck stand on end. It was then they heard it, a low, guttural growl, so unlike any animal they had ever encountered. Jacob turned, a frown creasing his brow. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Talia nodded, her heart pounding. They pressed on, adrenaline pushing them forward despite the rising sense of dread. Shadows flitted just beyond their vision, and every rustle of leaves felt like a warning. The flashlight flickered, casting eerie shapes on the ground, and for a fleeting moment, Talia thought she saw a figure dart between the trees, a flash of brown fur, a pair of glowing eyes staring right at them. "Let's head back," Jacob suggested, unease creeping into his voice. But just as they turned, the growl came again, this time closer, more insistent. It reverberated through the trees, sending an icy tendril of fear crawling up Talia's spine. They hurried back, but the forest felt alive, pressing in on them, branches snapping like fingers grasping at their clothes. Suddenly, they spotted something that made them stop in their tracks. There, illuminated by the flickering light, was a coyote. But as they watched, it began to change. The transformation was sickening, bones cracking and stretching, fur receding, leaving behind the unmistakable shape of a man. A figure shrouded in darkness, eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. It was a skinwalker, and their hearts sank as the reality of their situation settled in. Talia's mind raced with tales of old, of the things the skinwalker could do. It could mimic the voice of a loved one, lure the unsuspecting into its deadly grip. Jacob gripped her arm tightly, pulling her back, but they were frozen in place, caught in the gaze of the monstrosity before them. The figure grinned, a cruel twist of its lips that sent a wave of nausea washing over them. "Run!" Jacob finally shouted, breaking the spell. They bolted, the forest blurring around them as they stumbled over roots and rocks. The growl echoed behind them, a promise of pursuit. Each step pounding like a drum in their chests. They could feel the air thicken with danger, the darkness closing in, tightening like a noose. Branches whipped at their faces, clawing at their skin as they dashed through the underbrush. Talia glanced back, her stomach dropping as she caught a glimpse of the skinwalker, its form shifting again, now resembling a deer, its long legs flying through the trees with unnatural grace. But the eyes, those predatory eyes, never left them. The couple burst into a clearing, breathless and desperate, but the safety of the open space offered little comfort. They could hear it now, circling them like a vulture. The laughter of the skinwalker echoing in the wind, a sound that chilled them to the bone. It toyed with them, its shape-shifting prowess mocking their fear, a predator enjoying the hunt. "Stay together," Jacob yelled, grasping Talia's hand tightly. They could see the flicker of their campsite in the distance, a beacon of hope, but fear clawed at them, telling them they might not make it. Each step felt like wading through molasses, the pull of the dark creature behind them urging them to surrender. But hope flickered within them. Adrenaline surged as they pushed forward, their hearts pounding wildly, the familiar warmth of their campfire drawing them closer like a moth to a flame. The shadows danced around them, taunting, whispering, and just as they erupted into the safety of the clearing, they turned one last time. The skinwalker stood at the tree line, the figure shifting between forms, as if the darkness itself was alive. It wore the face of a loved one, a twisted mockery etched in its features. "Come back," it called, its voice a haunting echo of familiarity, beckoning them with promises of safety that dripped like poison. But Talia and Jacob jumped into the circle of light, the fire blazing with warmth and life. The creature hesitated, as if the light burned its essence. It shrieked, a sound that pierced the stillness of the night. Reverberating through their bones, the sound of a being snatched back into the depths of nightmares. Yet, somewhere in the distance, the shadows waited, and the air still crackled with tension. The fear was far from over. The skinwalker was always watching, always waiting, its presence lingering like a dark cloud ready to descend again. And the night had only just begun. The night was thick with fog, swirling like a restless spirit across the ancient hills of Ireland. A chilling wind whispered through the trees, carrying tales of long-lost souls and the forgotten. Under the pale light of the moon, shadows danced on the ground, and the air buzzed with an electric anticipation. It was a night like any other, yet something felt different. Something dark was lurking, waiting. Then, suddenly, the silence shattered. The thundering hooves of a horse echoed through the mist, a sound both exhilarating and terrifying. And with it rode the Dullahan, the headless horseman of Irish folklore, a figure that sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. Legend has it that he is a harbinger of death, a grim reaper of sorts who rides through the night with the head of a man tucked under one arm. His appearance was not just eerie, it was a chilling omen, a warning of what was to come. With every gallop, the Dullahan's black steed crushed the overgrown grass beneath its powerful hooves, the horse almost as fearsome as its rider. The Dullahan wore a cloak as dark as the night itself, flowing like a shadow behind him. His bared neck was a stark reminder of his own severed head, a sight that could turn the stoutest soul pale. Stories whispered of how he roamed the countryside at midnight, searching for those whose time was up, a sinister specter who knew no mercy. The Dullahan was not seen by all. Only those marked by fate could catch a glimpse of the headless rider. To see him was to feel the icy fingers of death wrapping around one's heart. It was said that he called out the names of the doomed in a voice that chilled the marrow, echoing through the valleys and sending shivers down spines. Those unfortunate enough to hear him knew they had mere moments to live. The tales of the Dullahan were rooted deep in Irish history, weaving through centuries like a winding river. He was often depicted with a skull for a head, eyes blazing like fiery embers, and a demeanor that commanded both fear and respect. In some narratives, his horse was said to be a phantom, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. These stories were passed down from generation to generation, told around flickering fires in thatched roof cottages, where the glow of the flames made shadows leap and dance upon the walls. As the night deepened, the wind carried the Dullahan's presence across the land, a reminder of the fine line between life and death. Villagers gathered in hushed whispers, sharing tales of those who had met their end at his hand. Old Tom, a man with a heart as big as his beard, recounted the fateful night he had seen the Dullahan ride past his window. It was a night he would never forget. He remembered how the air had grown still, crackling with an unnameable tension. Moments later, the black horse had thundered by, and Tom felt his blood run cold as he heard the Dullahan call out a name. Mary. Just 2 days later, the news came. Mary had passed away peacefully in her sleep. Each story was laced with fear, but also wonder. The Dullahan was not merely a figure of terror. He was a complex symbol of life's fragility, a reminder that every heartbeat counts. In the quiet of the night, beneath the blanket of stars, the idea that death was always lurking brought both comfort and dread. It bound the community together, for they all knew they were connected, walked the same earth, and shared the same fate. In the heart of the countryside, the landscape transformed with the seasons, but the legend of the Dullahan remained steadfast. Every autumn, when the leaves fell like dying embers, stories would resurface. Children dared each other to go out at night to find the bravest among them who would stand alone and call out, "Dullahan, come for me." Laughter would ring through the air, but the tremor of fear was palpable. They understood, even through their youthful bravado, that some legends were born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. As the nights grew darker, superstition seeped into every crevice of life. Families would leave offerings at their doors, food and drink, to appease the Dullahan, hoping to ward off his gaze. They would light candles in the windows, a beacon for lost souls, a flame against the encroaching darkness. For the Dullahan was not just a specter of death. He was a keeper of stories, a guardian of the forgotten and the lost. The echoes of his horse could still be heard in the dreams of those who dared to sleep. Mothers whispered the tale of the Dullahan as a warning to keep children close, to never wander too far in the night. The fear of his arrival was palpable, yet so was the fascination. People spoke of him in reverent tones, both terrified and captivated by the mystery that cloaked him. And as the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the rolling hills and the restless trees, the Dullahan continued his ride, timeless and unyielding. With every gallop he wove through the fabric of life and death, reminding all who listened that in the stillness of the night, when the fog crept low and the shadows stretched long, he was always near. The stories would never end. They would only grow, intertwining with new tales, forever echoing through the valleys of Ireland, waiting for the next flicker of fear, the next whispered name. In the dense emerald shadows of the Congo Basin, where the air hangs thick with humidity and the sounds of nature pulse like a heartbeat, whispers of an ancient creature linger like the mist. The Mokelembembe, a name spoken in hushed tones, evokes a chill down the spine, a creature said to roam the winding rivers and thick underbrush, resembling a dinosaur from a storybook. This is no ordinary beast. It is a legend that dances on the edge of reality, a figment of dreams and nightmares that sends shivers through the bravest of souls. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an orange glow that filtered through the canopy, illuminating the faces of those who dared to listen and share their tales. Elders from nearby villages would gather, each one cloaked in the wisdom of age, their voices trembling with excitement and fear. They spoke of a creature as large as a hippo, with a long neck and a tail that could sweep away anything in its path. The villagers, with their twinkling eyes, recounted encounters that felt more like ancient prophecies than mere stories. Some claimed to have seen the beast's massive footprints pressed into the soft earth, while others described the haunting sound of its call echoing through the night, a low, rumbling noise that resonated like thunder in the distance. But who could say for sure if the Mokelembembe existed? Was it a myth woven by the imaginations of those who lived close to the wild, or was it a remnant of a time long past, a relic of the Earth's prehistoric age? The question lingered in the air, thick and suffocating, inspiring both skepticism and wonder. Those who doubted were quick to dismiss it as folklore, a tale spun from fear and fascination. Yet the spark of belief ignited in others, pulling them into the heart of the mystery. There was a time, many years ago, when explorers from distant lands ventured into the Congo, driven by the thrill of discovery. They sought out the Mokelembembe, fueled by tales that promised glory. Drawing maps of the uncharted territories, they followed the winding rivers, navigating through thick brush and towering trees. With each step, the air grew heavier, as if the jungle itself held its breath in anticipation. These adventurers, filled with ambition, would return with stories that blurred the line between reality and the extraordinary, tales of a creature that seemed to evade their grasp, slipping through their fingers like water. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, shadows coalesced, transforming the landscape into a stage for the unknown. The hum of insects grew louder, and the distant call of animals echoed through the night. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water shattered the stillness, a deep, resonant splash that sent birds fluttering into the sky. Eyes widened in terror and excitement. Could it be? The beast they had heard about for generations? Heartbeats raced as every villager turned toward the riverbank, straining to see through the murky waters. The air crackled with anticipation. Was it just the river playing tricks? Or was the Mokele-mbembe finally revealing itself? Children clutched their mother's hands, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering light of the campfire, while the elders began to chant. A ritual passed down through time, calling upon the spirits of the forest to witness this moment. The shimmering surface of the river betrayed nothing, but the tension hung heavy, wrapping itself around every soul like a cloak. Days turned into weeks, and the stories only grew bolder. Some claimed to have spotted the creature basking in the sun, its massive form partially concealed by the foliage. Others spoke of the footprints, huge, clawed impressions that crisscrossed the banks. The jungle became a stage for their imagination, each rustle of leaves igniting the spark of hope that the mysterious creature was more than just a figment of their minds. But dreams can be deceiving. Skeptics emerged, questioning the tales spun by firelight. They insisted the Mokele-mbembe was merely a creation of folklore, a story designed to captivate the hearts of the young and old alike. Yet, as night fell and the forest came alive, those doubts began to fade. The rustle of underbrush, the distant roar of a creature unknown, enveloped them in a sense of wonder. Was it not possible that in this vast, uncharted wilderness, something extraordinary lurked just beyond their vision, a remnant of a lost world, waiting to be seen? Night after night, the calls continued, echoing in the silence. A low, rumbling growl that sent chills down spines, a reminder that they were not alone in this vast, ancient forest. The stories of the Mokele-mbembe became more than just words. They became a part of the people, woven into their very existence. Children laughed and played, pretending to be the great beast, their imaginations fueled by the tales of old. The jungle became a living tapestry of belief, every shadow and sound a reminder that magic could still exist in the modern world. Then, one fateful night, as the moon hung heavy in the sky, a group of brave souls set out to uncover the truth. Armed with nothing but lanterns and the beating of their hearts, they approached the river, determined to catch a glimpse of the beast that had enchanted so many. Their breaths were hushed, and the sounds of nature faded into a quiet hum, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Suddenly, there it was, a ripple in the water, a flash of movement beneath the surface. Their hearts raced. Could this be the moment they had been waiting for? The tension crackled in the air, and as the night stretched on, the boundaries of myth and reality blurred. Each ripple of the water, each distant call, became a reminder that in the depths of the jungle, something extraordinary was waiting to be found. The Mokele-mbembe remained elusive, yet the chase only fueled their passion. What was it that made them return night after night? Was it the hope of discovery, or the unyielding belief that even in this world, the extraordinary could still exist, hidden among the trees, just out of sight? And as dawn broke over the Congo, the mystery thickened, leaving questions unanswered, shadows lengthening, and the tale continuing to weave itself into the fabric of their lives. The sea roared with a fury that could shake the heavens, its waves crashing like thunder against jagged rocks. Sailors, weary and wide-eyed, knew the legend of Charybdis, a monster lurking in the depths, waiting to swallow the unwary whole. The air thrummed with tension, and the scent of salt mixed with dread. Each man aboard the ship felt the weight of ancient fear pressing down on his shoulders, a chilling reminder of the beast that lay in wait. Charybdis was no ordinary monster. She was an ancient force of nature, born of the chaos of the sea. In days of old, she was a nymph, cursed by the gods for her insatiable hunger, her desire to consume everything in her path. The gods punished her by transforming her into a monstrous whirlpool, a gaping mouth of dark water that could swallow ships in a single heartbeat. Legends spoke of her massive form, her body churning and swirling, drawing vessels toward their doom with a siren's call. As the ship sailed perilously close to the strait between Sicily and the Italian mainland, the crew's hearts raced. They could almost hear the whispers of Charybdis carried by the wind, beckoning them to come closer. The sailors recalled tales of brave heroes, of Odysseus, who had faced her wrath and lived to tell the tale. But how had he done it? How had he escaped her lethal embrace? The ship rocked violently, and the captain, with his weathered face, shouted commands. His voice strained as he fought against both the wind and the growing terror in his heart. Every sailor knew that to confront Charybdis was to test the very limits of courage. In the stillness before the storm, a silence enveloped the crew, a silence thick with fear, each man lost in his own thoughts. Some prayed to the gods, their voices barely above a whisper, while others gripped their weapons tightly, hands slick with sweat. They were caught in a moment, teetering on the edge of despair, all too aware that one miscalculation could send them spiraling into the abyss. Then, as if summoned by their dread, the sea began to churn. It was subtle at first, a gentle quiver beneath the surface. But soon a violent vortex emerged, spinning and swirling, a monstrous whirlpool that raged like a tempest. The ship groaned as it tilted precariously, and within seconds the crew was thrown into chaos. Men stumbled and fell, grasping at ropes and each other, but there was no escape from the might of Charybdis. "Steady! Hold fast!" the captain cried, but his voice was nearly lost in the roar of the waves. The eyes of the crew widened with terror as they caught sight of the abyss opening before them, a maw that seemed to stretch into eternity. How could a mere ship hope to withstand such a force? It was a nightmare made real, the very embodiment of their darkest fears. The vortex twisted tighter, pulling everything towards it, a predator that had found its prey. Water surged into the ship, and a chilling realization settled over the crew. They were not merely battling a storm, they were confronting a creature of legend, a being born of rage and hunger. Would they meet the same fate as so many before them, swallowed by the ravenous whirlpool? The captain, his gray eyes fierce with determination, steered the ship away from the center of the whirlpool. With every ounce of strength he fought against the monstrous pull. The ship creaked under the strain, and a collective gasp escaped the crew as they clung to the rigging. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, but their fate hung by a thread. Suddenly, the swirling chaos shifted. Charybdis seemed momentarily distracted, the whirlpool losing its ferocity as if pausing, caught in some unseen struggle. It was just enough time for the captain to shout, "Now! Turn with me!" His voice rang out, a rallying cry against despair. The crew responded, muscles straining, hearts pounding, fighting with everything they had to pivot the ship away from the insatiable hunger of the beast. But Charybdis was relentless. She roared back into action, and the whirlpool intensified, her call growing louder, more desperate. The ship was pulled closer, the wood creaking ominously as if it too understood the danger. The crew, with fear etched upon their faces, felt the cold fingers of the abyss tugging at their very souls. As the water surged higher, splashing over the sides, their hopes began to wane, drowning beneath the weight of impending doom. With each passing second, the monster seemed to grow more powerful, more determined to claim its prize, a ship, a life, a story to add to its dark history. The legends crumbled to dust in their minds, replaced by the raw reality of survival against a creature that had devoured countless sailors before. In that moment, the air was thick with emotion, fear, bravery, despair, and the flicker of hope. They fought for their lives, their dreams, and the memory of those who had come before them. The captain, seizing the moment, rallied his men. "We are not mere stories. We are flesh and bone. We will not be lost to the depths." With renewed resolve, they pushed back against Charybdis, their cries mingling with the roar of the sea, a desperate symphony of survival. The whirlpool lashed out, the water frothing and foaming, threatening to engulf them. But they held tight, the ship tilting dangerously, hearts pounding in unison, a battle hymn against the chaos. Charybdis thrashed violently, her rage palpable, and the sailors could feel her breath, cold and wet, nipping at their heels as they fought for every inch. With one last push, driven by a primal instinct, they turned the ship hard, the sails catching the wind just right. The vessel shot forward, tearing away from the grip of the whirlpool, narrowly escaping the fate that had claimed so many before. The ocean rumbled in fury behind them, Charybdis howling in frustration. The crew, hearts pounding in their chests, glanced back at the swirling monster that had tried to consume them. But they were alive, and the beast was left behind for now. Yet they knew deep down that the sea was vast and full of darkness, and it would not forget. The legends of Charybdis would live on, whispered among sailors on distant shores, a reminder of the thin line between survival and destruction in the embrace of the ocean's fury. As they sailed away, the waves grew calmer, but the sense of unease lingered. The sea was still, but its depths held secrets far more ancient than any man could fathom. With each passing moment, the shadows of myth hung over them, a reminder that in the world of gods and monsters, nothing was ever truly safe. The horizon beckoned, but they knew the waters would always be watching, always waiting for the next challenge, and somewhere out there, Charybdis stirred beneath the waves, patient and hungry, a specter of the deep, forever ready to rise again. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling around the rocky cliffs of Orkney. The air was thick with the smell of salt and seaweed, as an eerie mist crawled over the land, swallowing the colors of the world in a cold embrace. On nights like this, when the sky boiled with clouds and the moon hid, the people of Orkney whispered tales of a creature that roamed the shores, the Nakalavi. A horse demon of unspeakable horror, it haunted their dreams and lurked in the shadows of their fears. In the stillness of the night, when most souls were tucked away in the warmth of their homes, a figure stood at the edge of the cliffs, his heart pounding like a drum. Young and curious, he had always been drawn to the tales spun by the old folk. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces pale as they recounted the Nakalavi's ghastly form. A horse with a decaying body, its skin stretched taut over bones, glistening with a sickly sheen that seemed almost alive. Its eyes burned like coals and its breath stank of decay, a fetid reminder of its malevolence. As he peered into the swirling night, the boy felt the weight of those stories pressing down on him. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble, and for a heartbeat he could swear the air was charged with something unholy. He looked back at the village, its lights flickering like dying stars, and thought of the tales of the Nakalavi, how it had once roamed the islands, terrorizing livestock and farmers alike, how its very presence could bring disease and death upon the land. The villagers had learned to fear the open fields at dusk, where shadows danced in the fading light. But he felt only the intoxicating thrill of danger. He took a step closer to the edge, the waves crashing below, their rhythm a maddening song. In that moment, a chill swept through him, and he knew he wasn't alone. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure materialize from the mist, a twisted silhouette against the backdrop of the stormy sea. It was massive, its back hunched grotesquely, and as it stepped forward, the boy's breath caught in his throat. The Nakalavi. The creature's skin shimmered in the darkness, revealing patches of raw flesh and exposed sinew. It reared back, revealing a head that was both horse and nightmare. Its mouth stretched into a terrifying grin filled with jagged teeth. The boy stumbled back, but his legs felt like they were rooted to the earth, paralyzed by both fear and awe. The Nakalavi's eyes locked onto his, reflecting the light of the moon that dared to break through the clouds, and in that moment he understood something primal. This was a beast beyond comprehension, born of darkness and despair. With a deafening roar that echoed across the cliffs, the Nakalavi charged forward, its hooves thundering against the rock. The ground shook, and the air crackled with energy. The boy finally broke free from his trance, turning to run, his heart a wild drum in his chest. But the sound of the creature's pursuit was relentless, a haunting symphony that seemed to surround him. He sprinted through the mist, the echoes of the past swirling around him. of villagers warning each other, of lost livestock, of nights when the ocean wept for the souls taken by the demon. He stumbled through a grove of twisted trees, their branches reaching like skeletal hands towards the sky. The stories told of the Nakalavi's connection to the land, how it was born from the depths of the sea and the chaos of nature. It was said that when the Nukalavi came for you, you would feel the very essence of life being drained from the world around you. As he ran, he could feel that truth clawing at him, a sense of emptiness creeping into his soul like a shadow stretching over the sun. Suddenly, the boy fell, his body crashing against the ground. He turned to see the Nukalavi looming over him, its breath hot and rancid. The creature's huge, twisted body blocked out the moonlight, leaving him in a world of darkness. He could see the gleam of its teeth, smell the rot that clung to it like a shroud. The fear he felt was unlike anything he had ever known, a cold grip that threatened to pull him under. In that moment of pure panic, something inside him shifted. He could see the faint glimmer of the village lights in the distance, a beacon of hope among the chaos. The young boy, feeling an ancient courage swell within him, pushed himself up and faced the beast. The stories had always hinted at something more, an understanding between the land and its creatures. Perhaps there was a way to quell the demon's wrath, a means to tame the darkness that dwelled within it. Heart racing, he shouted, "Leave this land. You bring only pain." His voice rang out, defiant and strong, cutting through the oppressive air. The Nukalavi paused, its fiery eyes narrowing as if contemplating his words. For a fleeting moment, the boy felt a connection, a flicker of understanding that transcended fear. He was no longer just a boy. He was a part of the very fabric of Orkney, a thread woven into its ancient tales. But that understanding was short-lived. With a shriek that shattered the night, the Nukalavi lunged forward, its powerful legs propelling it with terrifying speed. The boy barely had time to react, adrenaline surging through him as he turned to run again. He dashed through the trees, desperate for the safety of the village, the sounds of the creature's pursuit echoing behind him, a relentless reminder of the darkness that clung to the edges of the world. As he neared the village, the lights flickering like stars against the encompassing void, a sense of dread settled in his stomach. The Nukalavi was not just a monster. It was a force of nature, an embodiment of the fears that haunted every soul on these islands. The boy felt the weight of history on his shoulders, the stories of generations echoing in his ears. Would he be just another tale told around the fires, another name lost to the shadows? Or could he change the course of his fate? Defy the darkness that sought to claim him. With each step, the ground seemed to pulse beneath him, the land alive with his fear and determination. And as he burst into the light of the village, he knew this was just the beginning. The Nukalavi would not be so easily dismissed. It would follow him into the hearts of his people, a reminder that some legends never truly die, but instead fester and grow, waiting for the moment to strike. In the dim light of a rustic wooden cottage, the air hung thick with the scent of freshly baked bread and the warmth of a blazing fire. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of old. Amidst the creaking floorboards and the soft crackle of the flames, a presence lingered, watchful, protective, yet unpredictably mischievous. This was the domovoi, a Slavic household spirit, as old as the stories that had been passed down through generations. The domovoi was no ordinary spirit. It was a guardian of the home, a protector of family and hearth. Families believed that if treated with respect, a splash of milk here, an offering of bread there, it would bless their lives with prosperity and peace. But the moment disrespect crept in, the mood of the domovoi could shift like the wind, turning benevolent to prankster. The tales of its playful antics were woven into the very fabric of Slavic folklore, rich with emotion and teasing mystery. In one village, a family long forgot to leave offerings for their domovoi. The spirit, feeling neglected, took matters into its own hands. One night, the father awoke to the sound of wild laughter echoing through the cottage. Confused, he stumbled out of bed, only to find his prized boots tied to the rafters, swaying in the gentle breeze. The mother, laughing through her frustration, shook her head. "The domovoi doesn't like to be ignored," she said, her voice a mix of exasperation and affection. The laughter that followed was not just of annoyance. It was the sound of a family united in the face of the supernatural. As night fell, a chill swept through the air, and stories of the domovoi took on a darker tone. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about those who had dared to challenge the spirit's authority. One tale told of a proud farmer who dismissed the domovoi as mere folklore. He refused to leave offerings, believing himself to be above superstition. Soon, his cows stopped giving milk, and his crops withered under the unforgiving sun. Desperation took root in his heart. One stormy night, he knelt before the spirit's favored corner of the house, a place marked by a simple wooden shrine. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for forgiveness, but the domovoi had already made its choice. The farmer's pride never returned, and the whispers of his downfall echoed throughout the village, a dark reminder of the spirit's wrath. In another corner of Slavic lands, a brave little girl named Anya found her courage tested one fateful night. She had overheard the village elders speaking of the domovoi, weaving tales that sent shivers down her spine. Intrigued yet fearful, she decided to confront the spirit. One night, as the moon hung full and bright, she crept to the corner of her family's kitchen, where the spirit was said to dwell. "Domovoi," she whispered, her heart pounding like a war drum. "If you are real, I want to see you." The air crackled with anticipation as shadows flicked and swirled. Then, in a blink, she caught sight of a small, shadowy figure, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "You summoned me, little one?" it asked, the voice playful yet deep, resonating within her very bones. In that moment, fear transformed into exhilaration. Anya learned not only of the spirit's protective nature, but also of its playful heart. She began to leave small gifts of bread and honey, and in return, the domovoi ensured her family flourished. Each morning, when Anya would rise, she would find her chores magically done, the house sparkling as if touched by unseen hands. The laughter of a child resonated through the walls, a harmonious symphony of gratitude and joy. Yet the darkness lingered, ready to creep in at any moment. In the shadows of another home, a family's trust was betrayed by a stranger who took advantage of their belief in the domovoi. This man, a wandering merchant, spun tales of potent charms and spells, claiming he could bind the spirit to their will. Greed blinded the family, who paid dearly for his deceit, only to find their misfortune multiplied. Crops failed, livestock fell ill, and in the dead of night, whispers echoed of a haunting presence, a warning sent by the very spirit they sought to control. The merchant vanished, leaving the family to face the true nature of the domovoi, untamed, unyielding, and fiercely protective of its domain. History etched itself into the hearts of those who dared to coexist with the domovoi. In villages across Slavic lands, the spirit became a symbol of the delicate balance between respect and mischief. The stories spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and weaving connections among families. Children, wide-eyed and curious, would gather around the flickering firelight, their hearts racing as they shared tales of the domovoi's whims. Some spoke of it as a guardian, while others recounted its mischievous pranks, illustrating the duality of the spirit. A chill ran down one mother's spine as she prepared the evening meal. She felt a presence lurking, an energy that shifted in the room. "Domovoi, if you're here, please show yourself," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. Suddenly, the wooden spoon she was using clattered to the floor, and the flames of the fire leaped higher, illuminating a fleeting shape in the corner. Was it a trick of her imagination, or had the spirit indeed responded? The laughter of her children echoed behind her, their innocent belief grounding her in the moment. reminding her that the domovoi was both protector and trickster, blending seamlessly into the rhythm of their lives. As the stories continued to twist and turn, a new layer of understanding began to unfold. The domovoi was not just a spirit, it was a reflection of the human experience, an embodiment of the joys and struggles inherent in family life. Each tale served as a reminder that respect, kindness, and connection were the cornerstones of a harmonious existence. The bond between the spirit and the household deepened, with each act of reverence paving the way for a stronger relationship. In every shadow, every whispered tale, the spirit continued its watch, a silent guardian in a world where the lines between reality and the supernatural blurred. The flickering flame of the fire cast an enchanting glow, and the stories danced on the tongues of the villagers, uniting them under the embrace of the domovoi, a spirit that was both a guardian and an imp, forever entwined in the fabric of their lives, ready to leap into the next tale of mystery and emotion. The night was thick with mist, wrapping around the trees like a suffocating shroud. A lone traveler made his way down a narrow path, the crunch of leaves underfoot disturbing the stillness of the forest. Shadows danced ominously in the flickering light of his lantern. Just ahead, a figure loomed, a creature both captivating and terrifying. It was the Tikbalang, a horse demon born of Philippine legend, standing tall amidst the darkness, its long limbs twisted and fragile like the branches overhead. A chill raced down the man's spine. The Tikbalang was not just a beast, it was a trickster, known for leading weary wanderers astray. Its horse-like head glinted in the dim light, eyes glowing with a mischievous glint that seemed to pierce right through the soul. The stories whispered among villagers spoke of its cunning ways, how it would mock the lost, turning paths into labyrinths, weaving confusion with every step taken. Many believed that the Tikbalang was a guardian of the forest, a spirit that protected the wild from intruders. But there was a darker side to this creature, a sinister charm that ensnared anyone who dared linger too long in its presence. The traveler felt a pull, a strange compulsion to approach despite the warnings that echoed in his mind. Legends spoke of how the Tikbalang could change its form, becoming the embodiment of fear or seduction, depending on what it desired. Some claimed it could grant wishes if approached with respect, while others warned that disrespect would lead to madness. The man hesitated, heart racing. Was he brave or merely foolish? What lay beneath the Tikbalang's beguiling facade? As he took a step closer, the creature tossed its mane, the sound like rustling dry leaves. The air grew thick with tension, and the scent of damp earth surrounded him. The night was alive with whispers, voices of those who had crossed paths with the Tikbalang before him, lost souls still searching for a way home. The stories of the Tikbalang reached back centuries, intertwining with the very fabric of Philippine culture. It was said to be born from the union of a human and a spirit, resulting in a creature that straddled both worlds. The Tikbalang was as much a part of the land as the mountains and rivers, embodying the spirit of the archipelago itself. Some villagers adorned their homes with talismans, small charms meant to ward off the creature's influence. They told tales around flickering fires, warning children not to wander off alone, lest the Tikbalang lead them into the heart of the forest, never to return. As they recounted their stories, the flames would flicker, casting eerie shadows that made the night feel alive with the weight of history. The traveler felt the weight of those stories in that moment. He was not the first to stand before the Tikbalang, and he certainly would not be the last. The creature's presence was a reminder that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, yet there was an undeniable allure to its power, a dangerous thrill that made his pulse quicken. Suddenly, the Tikbalang lunged forward, its eyes locked on the traveler with a fierce intensity. The man stumbled back, heart pounding, as the creature let out a low, rumbling laugh. It was a sound that echoed in the night, wrapping around him like a cold hand gripping his throat. The Tikbalang danced back and forth, a graceful yet unsettling movement, as if it were toying with him, savoring his fear. Glancing around, the traveler realized the forest had changed. The trees loomed larger, their gnarled branches twisting in unnatural angles, casting shadows that seemed to pulse with life. He was disoriented now, the path he had walked evaporating, replaced by a maze of darkness. The Tikbalang moved closer, its laughter ringing in his ears, echoing the fears of those who had come before him. Struggling to regain his senses, the man remembered the tales of the wise who had encountered the Tikbalang and survived. They spoke of cleverness and calmness, of reasoning with the creature rather than running from it, a perilous dance of wits against a master trickster. With every ounce of courage he steadied himself, a flicker of determination igniting in his chest. "Great Tikbalang," he ventured, voice trembling but resolute, "I mean no harm. I seek only a way home." The air grew still, the creature pausing in its chaotic dance, its head cocked to the side as if considering the man's words. In that charged moment, the traveler felt the ancient weight of countless souls before him, all those who had faced the Tikbalang in this very spot, all filled with dread and longing, hope and despair. With a flick of its tail, the Tikbalang stepped back, its expression shifting from mischief to contemplation. It was a delicate balance, a moment teetering on the edge between fear and understanding. The traveler held his breath, feeling the magnetic pull of the creature's enigmatic gaze. What would it take to appease the Tikbalang? What offering could bridge the chasm between fear and respect? The man thought of the village, of the elders who spoke of sharing stories, of laughter that echoed through the night. He took a cautious step forward, heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the forest. "Tell me your stories, Great Spirit," he implored, his voice steadying, grounding him against the onslaught of uncertainty. "Let us share tales of our worlds." The Tikbalang paused, tilting its head slightly as if intrigued. What a curious human this one was, daring to speak and share instead of flee. As it regarded him, the air shimmered around them, the darkness beginning to lift, revealing a path that wound deeper into the woods. In that moment, the bond between human and spirit began to form, a thread woven through fear, respect, and the heavy weight of history. The traveler felt a sense of connection, an understanding that perhaps the Tikbalang was not just a creature to be feared, but a keeper of stories, a guardian of the land. As he took a step forward, the path illuminated beneath each footfall, the forest echoing with the anticipation of what was to come. The Tikbalang watched him closely, a flicker of approval in its eyes, and the adventure had only just begun. The blizzard howled like a wounded beast, its icy breath swirling through the night. In the heart of this frozen tempest, a man stumbled, his feet barely finding purchase on the snow-covered ground. His breath came out in white puffs, mingling with the flakes that danced around him. He was lost, alone, the world reduced to a blur of white and shadows, until he saw her. Standing there, ethereal and breathtaking, was the Yuki Onna, the Snow Woman. She was clothed in a gown of pure white, the fabric rippling like fresh snow under moonlight. Her skin was as pale as the snow itself, almost glowing with an otherworldly light, while her hair flowed like a waterfall of midnight. There was an unnerving beauty about her, one that both enchanted and terrified. The man could hardly move as he gazed at her, caught in the web of her presence, the chill of the air forgotten in that moment. Legends whispered of her. The Yuki Onna was said to appear during fierce snowstorms, a spirit both captivating and deadly. Many had encountered her and never returned. Some spoke of her icy kiss that could steal the warmth from a beating heart, while others claimed she offered a moment of solace before dragging her victims into the depths of the snow, never to be seen again. Yet, here she stood, a vision of grace, her eyes twinkling like stars against the night sky. Frozen in place, the man felt his heart race. Was he to be another victim of her enigmatic charm? His mind raced with the tales he'd heard as a child by the flickering light of the hearth. They described her as a guardian of the snow, a being who judged the souls of men in their most vulnerable moments. In that fragile space between fear and wonder, he felt the weight of her gaze upon him, a connection that transcended the ordinary. "Are you lost?" Her voice was soft, like a snowflake landing on a still pond. It sent shivers down his spine, yet somehow comforted him. The man nodded, words caught in his throat. She took a small step closer, her presence both inviting and foreboding. The air turned colder, and he felt the pull of her energy, a quiet storm brewing in her eyes. "I can lead you home," she said, tilting her head slightly, "but it comes at a price." The tension hung heavy in the air. He gulped, the sound echoing in the silence of the swirling snowflakes. What could she want? His heart raced as he considered his options. Every tale about the Yuki-onna held a thread of truth, weaving together the fabric of fear and fascination. Some said she demanded the warmth of a living soul. Others spoke of her desire for companionship. In that moment, the man felt both terror and the allure of her offer. What would it be like to walk alongside her, to feel the chill of her presence as they traversed the icy landscape together? She stepped even closer, and the world around them faded further into obscurity. "Think of it," she whispered, her breath barely making a ripple in the air. "No one will find you out here. The snow will cloak you in silence. I can offer you a warmth unlike anything you have known." Her voice was a melody that wrapped around him, pulling him deeper into her spell. He could almost see the glimmer of hope in her eyes. But was it hope, or something darker? The legends warned of her deceptive beauty. Men who had taken her hand were said to be lost in a labyrinth of ice, their cries swallowed by the storm. Their lives turned to frost. The weight of those stories pressed upon him like a heavy blanket of snow. Suddenly, the wind howled again, snapping him back to reality. He looked around, realizing how vulnerable he was in this blizzard. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice trembling. She smiled, a haunting expression that sent a shiver down his spine. "I want your fear," she replied, the air around them growing colder still. "Your warmth in exchange for my guidance. You must let go of your fear, or you will not survive the night." He felt the chill penetrate his bones as he realized the depth of her words. She was not just offering help. She was demanding a piece of his soul in return. The man's heart thudded in his chest. Could he trust her? The stories spoke of her fickle nature, of how she could become a fierce guardian or a vengeful spirit. In that moment, the choices spread before him like the vast expanse of the snow-covered landscape. Would he take her hand and step into the unknown? Or would he turn away, risking the wrath of the blizzard and the truth of his own heart? As he hesitated, the Yuki-onna's expression shifted. A flicker of impatience crossed her face, and the storm swirled more violently around them. The temperature dropped, and he could see his breath crystallizing in the air. "Time is slipping away," she warned, her voice now urgent. "The storms are unforgiving, and the night is long." The man felt the weight of his decision pressing heavily on him. Every moment stretched like the delicate filaments of frost forming on the window panes of a distant cabin, a reminder of warmth just out of reach. Would he succumb to the chill of fear or step into the unknown warmth she promised? The howling wind seemed to whisper his name, and in that breathless moment, where time stood still and the world outside faded into silence, he had to choose. In the stillness of the moonlit night, an eerie silence draped over the dense, shadowy forests of Australia. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting. Just beyond the reach of the flickering campfire, a feeling of dread began to creep in, curling around the throats of those who camped nearby. A figure, small yet distinctly menacing, lurked in the underbrush, a creature that haunted the dreams of many, known to the indigenous people as the Yara Ma-iha-hu. Legends spoke of this bloodsucker, a being with a head shaped like a frog, a body coated in red skin, and long, spindly limbs. Its mouth, wide and filled with sharp teeth, glimmered with an unsettling hunger. With eyes that glowed like embers in the dark, it was said to wait patiently for unsuspecting travelers to pass by, its intentions far from innocent. As the tales unfolded, children huddled closer to the fire, eyes wide with fear, while elders recounted stories passed down through generations. One story stood out, a chilling account of a traveler who had wandered too far from his companions, lured by the sound of trickling water and the promise of solace. He had heard the whispers of the Hu, a soft, seductive call that beckoned him deeper into the woods. Little did he know that the further he walked, the closer he danced to danger. That night the moon hung low, casting a silver glow that illuminated the forest. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig, felt like the pulse of something sinister awakening. Who could tell where the creature was hiding? The traveler, now deep in the clutches of the woods, suddenly felt something cold and wet brush against his neck. Panic surged through him like a wild river. He turned, eyes scanning the shadows, heart racing as he thought he caught a glimpse of the wretched creature. The stories told of how the Hu would pounce on its prey, wrapping its long arms around them with an almost loving embrace, the warmth of which was deceptive. It would suck the blood from its victims, only to release them back into the wild, dazed and weak. But those who survived such an encounter carried with them a burden far worse than physical weakness. They bore the lingering imprint of terror, their dreams haunted by the glimmering eyes of the creature that had feasted upon them. As the legend continued to weave through the night, a shiver ran down the spine of every listener. Some folks claimed to have seen it flit between the trees, its red skin blending seamlessly into the shadows, while others spoke of the chilling laughter that echoed through the woods, a sound that sent shivers deep into the bones. It was a reminder, an echo of warnings given by ancestors long gone. The fear of the Hu was not just a story for children. It served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lurked just outside the safety of the firelight. Parents would tell their children to stay close, to never wander into the woods alone, lest they find themselves at the mercy of this dreadful creature. Yet there were always a few brave souls, foolish enough or curious enough to test the boundaries of the legends. One such individual was a young man named Theo. He was drawn to the tales, his heart racing with excitement at the thought of encountering something so extraordinary. He dreamed of being the one to confront the Hu, to prove to everyone that the stories were merely figments of imagination. As he gazed into the shadows, he felt an irresistible pull, a tugging at his curiosity that outweighed the warnings. With a deep breath, he stepped away from the warmth of the fire and ventured into the dark. The further he walked, the thicker the air became, each breath feeling like an intrusion upon the stillness of the night. The trees seemed to bend towards him, their gnarled branches reaching out, as if whispering secrets he was not meant to hear. And then he saw it. A flash of red, a glimmer of those haunting eyes peering from behind a bush. Time froze and his heart pounded in his chest like a war drum. Was this truly the fabled creature? The stories of the bloodsucker, now materializing before him, ignited a wild mixture of exhilaration and fear. In that heartbeat, the forest became a realm of possibility and danger, tangled together like the roots beneath his feet. The Hu emerged slowly, its movements graceful yet terrifying. Theo's imagination raced. Would he be the next to become a victim of the creature's hunger? Would he fall prey to its terrible embrace? Those stories flashed through his mind, the faces of those who had shared their encounters, each tale a layer of dread settling over him. And then, without warning, the creature lunged, its arms extended, and Theo felt the rush of wind as it closed the gap between them. He staggered back, heart racing, and turned to flee. The laughter echoed behind him, a haunting melody that wrapped around him, urging him to look back. Could he escape, or would he become just another story told around the campfire? The fear clawed at him, urging him on as the shadows closed in. In those woods, the line between reality and nightmare blurred, and every heartbeat resonated with the pulse of the Yaramaiha-hu, a blood-sucker lurking just beyond the firelight, hungry for more tales and terror. The night stretched on, and the forest whispered its ancient songs, forever holding its secrets close, always waiting for the next brave soul to step into the shadows. The moon hung low and heavy over the still waters of an ancient billabong, casting long, ghostly shadows that danced across the surface like whispers of the past. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, a silence that felt alive with secrets waiting to be revealed. The night was alive with the sounds of crickets and frogs, but there was something else lurking just beneath the surface, something that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand on end. For generations, the Aboriginal people of Australia had spoken of a creature that roamed the waters, a beast shrouded in mystery and fear. They called it the bunyip, a name that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. Tales of this water monster had traveled through the ages, carried on the tongues of storytellers, woven into the fabric of their culture, each account more chilling than the last. It was said that the bunyip was a guardian of the water, but one that could turn from protector to predator in an instant, a being that embodied nature's duality. The stories varied, each tribe painting their own picture of the bunyip. Some described it as a gigantic, hairy creature with a horse-like face. Others spoke of a long, serpentine body that slithered silently through the murky depths. Yet, regardless of the details, each version shared a common thread: fear. Fear of losing a child to the water's embrace. Fear of the unknown lurking beneath the surface, waiting for unsuspecting wanderers to draw too close. On a particularly still night, a group of children gathered around a flickering campfire, their eyes wide with wonder and terror as an elder began to weave a tale. "Long ago, before the white man came," she said, her voice low and gravelly, "the bunyip ruled the waters. It was said that those who heard its mournful cry would be drawn to the water, entranced, and once they stepped in, they would never return." The flames danced as she spoke, casting eerie shadows on their faces, igniting their imaginations. The elder continued, recounting the tale of a young boy who, enchanted by the bunyip's call, ventured too close to the riverbank, only to be swallowed by the depths. A gasp escaped from the children's lips, their hearts pounding like drums. They huddled closer to the fire, seeking warmth and protection from the unseen terror that haunted the waters just beyond their sight. The elder paused, letting the weight of her story sink in, eyes glimmering with the knowledge of countless generations. The bunyip was more than a creature. It was a warning, a reminder of the balance of life and death, of respect for nature and its untamed power. As the night wore on, the wind began to stir, carrying with it distant echoes of something that sounded like a wail, a haunting cry that pierced the stillness of the night. The children turned, eyes wide with fear, their imaginations ignited by the elder's tale. "Could it be?" one whispered, barely able to form the words. "Could the bunyip be out there?" The elder's expression hardened, a flicker of fear crossing her face before she regained her composure. "The bunyip is always watching," she said, her voice steady yet tinged with urgency. "Do not venture near the water tonight. Respect its power, for you do not know what lies beneath." The children nodded, but the thrill of the unknown tugged at their hearts. They sat in silence, the campfire crackling as the shadows danced around them. Each rustle of the leaves seemed amplified, each ripple on the water a reminder of the lurking beast. The elder's voice faded into the background noise of the night, replaced by the rhythmic pulse of uncertainty and fear. In another part of the land, an old man sat alone by the river, his weathered face etched with lines of wisdom and worry. He had seen many seasons come and go, many children laugh and play along the banks, unaware of the danger that lurked beneath the surface. With every passing year, he had watched the legends grow, the bunyip becoming a figure of both awe and dread in the eyes of the young. He had lost friends and family alike to the water's embrace, some to accidents, others to the siren call of the bunyip. That night, as he gazed into the water, he felt a chill creep up his spine. The moonlight shimmered on the surface, casting an otherworldly glow, and for a moment he thought he saw movement, a ripple that wasn't caused by the wind. His heart raced as he strained his eyes, searching for what lay beneath. The tales he had heard echoed in his mind, stories of those who had been taken, of the mournful cries that filled the night air. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the river, a sound that echoed like thunder in the stillness. The old man's breath caught in his throat, a primal fear gripping him. He knew the stories were true, that the bunyip was real, but this was unlike anything he had imagined. The water churned violently as the creature stirred, rising to the surface, its form becoming visible in the moonlight. In that moment, the ancient tales came alive. The bunyip's eyes glinted like dark pearls, and its enormous body broke through the water, sending droplets flying into the air. The old man stumbled back, heart pounding as he witnessed the legendary beast, a creature of nightmares made manifest. The cries of the children flashed through his mind, the warning of the elder ringing true. In the shadows of the billabong, the stories of the bunyip whispered through the trees, merging with the cries of the night. The creature was not just a beast, it was a force, a reminder of the power of nature and the respect it demanded. Every ripple, every sigh of the wind spoke of its presence, a chilling promise that those who dared to challenge the waters would meet their fate. With each passing moment, the tension thickened, the promise of danger hovering like a storm cloud. The old man could feel the weight of the stories pressing down on him, the generations of fear and reverence merging into one. He turned to flee. The tales of caution echoing in his ears as he raced back to safety, the shadow of the bunyip looming large in his mind. Yet, even as he ran, the haunting call of the creature lingered in the air, a melody of both beauty and terror that danced just beyond the reach of understanding. The night pulsed with life, the mystery of the bunyip intertwining with the stories of those who had come before, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the water, leaving behind an indelible mark on the very soul of the land. The chase was on, and the legend of the bunyip was far from over. On a moonless night, the swamps of Louisiana lay still, thick with fog and the scent of mossy earth. The air crackled with an eerie tension, as though the very trees held their breath, waiting for something unseen to break the silence. Shadows danced in the underbrush, and the distant sound of a lone owl pierced the night, making the heart race. It was in this haunting atmosphere that the legend of the rougarou thrived, a creature of terror whispered about in hushed tones around flickering campfires. The rougarou, a beast born of Cajun folklore, was said to roam the bayous, part man, part wolf. With eyes glowing like burning coals and a howl that could curdle blood, it was a figure crafted from fear, a warning to straying children and hesitant hunters. Many believed that the creature was a cursed soul, doomed to wander the night in desperate search of redemption. Those who had glimpsed the rougarou spoke of its grotesque, elongated limbs and matted fur that blended seamlessly with the shadows. But what truly sent shivers down spines was the soul-piercing stare that promised a fate worse than death. In the small town of Breaux Bridge, the legend was as real as the Spanish moss that hung from ancient oaks. The townsfolk shared stories of encounters too vivid to dismiss as mere tales. Old Madame Leblanc, with her weathered skin and wise eyes, often recounted her run-in with the beast as a girl. "I was picking wildflowers," she would say, her voice trembling with the memory, "when I felt a chill, like ice crawling up my spine. I turned, and there it was, standing just behind the cypress trees. I couldn't move. I was frozen in fear." Her words hung heavy in the air, causing the children to huddle closer, seeking comfort in their parents' arms. But the rougarou wasn't a mere monster. It was a reflection of the fears that gripped the hearts of those who told its story. In an age of uncertainty, it became a symbol of the darker sides of humanity: greed, betrayal, and the perilous consequences of straying too far from the path of righteousness. The tales warned of men who transformed into the beast after succumbing to their darkest impulses, becoming creatures of the night, forever altered by their choices. As time passed, the legend only grew, weaving its way into the fabric of Cajun culture. Each generation added new layers, embellishments of horror and morality. Children were warned that if they did not mind their manners, the rougarou would come for them. "Stay in bed, or the monster will get you," parents would whisper, invoking the creature to enforce obedience. Fear sparked imagination, and imagination birthed even more stories. The rougarou became a cautionary tale, but also a source of unspoken camaraderie among those who shared its history. One stormy night, as thunder rolled across the sky, the air thickened with an unsettling energy. A group of teenagers gathered by the river, daring one another to venture deeper into the woods. "I heard that the rougarou can smell fear," one boy boasted, his bravado masking his own trepidation. They laughed, but a shudder of doubt ran through them. The trees loomed like sentinels, and the water sloshed ominously against the banks, as if warning them to turn back. Just as they stepped onto the path, a low growl reverberated through the air, chilling them to their bones. It was guttural, yet hauntingly human, and in that moment laughter turned to panic. They ran, hearts pounding, branches clawing at their skin as they fled. The growl echoed behind them, an ominous promise that the dark woods held secrets they were not ready to uncover. In the days that followed, the town buzzed with rumors. Some claimed to have spotted the creature's tracks near the riverbank, large and clawed, as if they had been left by something that walked on two legs but belonged to the wild. Others spoke of strange howls echoing at night, haunting their dreams and keeping them awake. Each account fed the legend, igniting a primal fear within the community, one that had existed for generations. In the quiet corners of the bayou, however, there were those who sought to understand the rougarou more deeply. They believed the creature was a guardian of the land, a spirit that protected the delicate balance of nature. The swamps had their own stories after all, of lost souls, ancient rituals, and the tangled history of the Cajuns who had inhabited this land long before. The rougarou, in this light, was not merely a monster, but a keeper of secrets, a reminder of the past that should not be forgotten. Many elders spoke of the time when their ancestors first arrived in Louisiana, bringing with them not only their traditions, but the belief in shapeshifters. The rougarou was said to have been born from these ancient tales, woven into the very essence of Cajun identity. It was a creature of the night, yes, but also one of resilience, born out of hardship and survival in the unforgiving swamps. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery hues across the sky, the sounds of the night began to stir. The air hummed with the symphony of crickets and the distant croak of frogs, yet beneath it all was an undertone of something more sinister. As shadows lengthened, the rougarou's presence was felt, a looming figure just beyond the edge of sight, always watching. In this world where folklore and reality intertwined, the line between the two blurred. As stories continued to spread, and fear mingled with curiosity, it became clear that the rougarou was destined to haunt the imagination of those who dared tread the swamps. Each tale told not only created a legacy of fear, but also a connection, binding the community together through shared experiences and beliefs. In the stillness of the Louisiana night, the rougarou prowled, a testament to the shadows that lingered just beyond the light, and that chilling notion that something waited in the dark, just out of sight, hung heavy in the air, a whisper on the wind that would not be forgotten. In a time long past, the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the shores of ancient Greece. The air was thick with tension, and shadows danced on the walls of humble cottages as stories of terror and wonder flowed from the lips of the old and wise. They spoke of sisters, monstrous and fearsome, whose very gaze could turn a man to stone. The Gorgons were not mere myth. They were a warning, an epitome of the chaos that lurked in the hearts of the gods and men alike. Among them, Medusa stood out, a beautiful maiden cursed by jealousy and wrath. Once adored, her golden locks flowed like rays of sunlight, drawing the eyes of many. But the goddess Athena, in a fit of fury, transformed her into a creature of nightmare. Her hair twisted into serpents that writhed and hissed, and her once kind eyes became mirrors of fear that held the power to petrify anyone foolish enough to meet her gaze. The spark of her humanity slowly dimmed, replaced by the primal instinct to survive in a world that now saw her as a monster. But Medusa was not alone. She had two sisters, Steno and Euryale, who shared her fate and her anguish. Steno, the fiercest, was known for her unyielding strength. She roamed the earth with a ferocity that turned the bravest warriors into quivering shadows. Euryale, though not as fierce in battle, possessed a haunting beauty that whispered of sorrow and despair. Together, the Gorgons haunted the edges of civilization, lurking in dark caves and abandoned ruins, their very existence a testament to the cruelty of the gods. The whispers of their terror spread far and wide, and townsfolk would speak in hushed tones of the dark places where the Gorgons dwelled. Many a hero sought glory by attempting to slay these monstrous sisters, but they failed, one by one. The stories grew more embellished, churning into a blend of fear and fascination. Parents warned their children to stay away from the cliffs, lest they catch sight of flickering shadows that might be the Gorgons, waiting to ensnare the unwary. One fateful day, a young hero named Perseus found himself drawn to the tales of the Gorgons. Brave, yet naive, he believed he could conquer the terrifying trio. With the gleam of ambition in his eyes, he sought the help of the gods. Hermes gifted him winged sandals, allowing him to soar through the skies. Athena provided him with a polished shield to reflect the deadly gaze of Medusa. Armed with these divine gifts, Perseus set forth, determined to prove himself. As he descended upon the lair of the Gorgons, a chilling wind whipped through the air, sending shivers down his spine. The cave entrance loomed before him, dark and foreboding. The silence was deafening. But he could feel it, the weight of countless souls lost, echoing through the stone walls. With every step he was reminded of the dread that surrounded these sisters, the blood of heroes staining the ground beneath them. Would he become just another tale, another soul claimed by their fury? Inside the cave, the shadows shifted, and the scent of decay filled his nostrils. Perseus pressed on, his heart pounding like a war drum as he could hear the soft hissing of the snakes that crowned Medusa's head. He held his shield before him, its reflective surface glinting in the sparse light. The moment he caught a glimpse of her, a flash of scales, a piercing scream echoing through the cave, he froze. The tales had not done justice to her terror. Medusa turned, and for a brief moment their eyes locked. A wave of emotion crashed over him. It was fear, yes, but also something deeper, an understanding of the sorrow that lay behind her monstrous form. Here was a being cursed, trapped in a body that betrayed her. Yet he couldn't linger. The instincts of survival kicked in. He turned the polished shield toward her, using its reflection to hide his gaze. In that moment he became both hunter and hunted. The battle was fierce. Medusa, fueled by rage and despair, lashed out, her serpentine hair striking like vipers. Each movement was a dance of lethal precision, but Perseus remained resolute. He struck swiftly, the gleaming sword slicing through the air until it met its mark. The moment her head fell, the world grew quiet. The curse that bound her dissipated into the darkness as a scream echoed in the silence, the cries of her sisters, their bond severed by fate. But even in victory, the air felt heavy. Perseus could feel the weight of what he had done. Medusa was more than just a monster. She was a tragic figure, a soul lost to the whims of the gods. As he held her severed head, he realized it was not a trophy, but a reminder of the horrors born from jealousy and wrath. The sisters had been bound together in their suffering, and now, with one fallen, the other two would feel a loss that resonated throughout the ages. Meanwhile, Steno and Euryale, sensing the shift in the world around them, howled in anguish. Their cries pierced the night, a haunting melody that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. They would avenge their sister, driven by rage and grief, unwilling to let her memory fade into the shadows. The world outside grew colder, the tales of the Gorgons intertwining with the fabric of fate itself, a warning etched into the hearts of men. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the echoes of the Gorgons filled the air, reminding all of the thin line between beauty and horror, love and hate, life and death. In their monstrous forms lay the heart of a tragedy, destined to ripple through time, forever entwined with the souls of those who dared to dream of glory. It was a tale that would never truly end, as long as the moon hung in the sky, illuminating the path of those who dared to cross it. Beneath the palm-fringed silhouette of a moonlit sky, a chill wrapped around the village like a funeral shroud, whispering secrets that chilled the marrow of every spine. Somewhere the soft rustle of leaves danced with the wind, a dance that felt both inviting and sinister. That night, the air carried an electric tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something unspeakable to unfold. Lurking within the shadows was the Pontianak, a vengeful spirit that haunted the dense jungles of Southeast Asia. Legends of her existence rippled through the generations, tales spun from the lips of grandmothers to wide-eyed children. She was said to be the restless soul of a woman who died during childbirth, a tragedy that twisted her heart into a vessel of rage and sorrow. The stories told of her long, flowing black hair, eyes like glowing embers filled with pain, and a scream that shattered the stillness of the night, echoing the anguish of her eternal suffering. In the quiet hours when the world was fast asleep, the Pontianak rose from her grave, seeking revenge against those who had wronged her. Her victims were often men, drawn in by the allure of beauty, only to find themselves ensnared in a terrifying web of horror. It was said that to encounter her could mean a swift death, but the lure of her beauty was so strong that many dared to approach her, their hearts pounding not just with dread, but with a foolish curiosity. In one village there lived a young man named Ahmad, whose heart was captivated by tales of the Pontianak. He scoffed at the warnings, believing himself too clever to fall into her trap. "It's just a story," he would laugh, his friends shifting nervously under his bravado. But as the moon rose full and bright, casting an eerie glow over the village, curiosity wrestled with caution in his chest. One fateful night, he ventured into the jungle, lured by whispers and the promise of the unknown. The forest was alive with shadows, each rustle and snap of a twig sending ripples of fear through him. Then he saw her, standing among the trees, her pale skin glowing in the moonlight, hair cascading like a dark waterfall. His breath caught, and for a moment time suspended itself. She turned, locking eyes with him, and he felt the weight of centuries in that gaze. There was beauty there, but also sadness, an overwhelming grief that pierced his heart. He could almost hear her silent cries echoing through the stillness of the night, but in that brief moment of connection, the enchanting allure morphed into something darker. The forest grew still, a heavy silence descending. Suddenly, the air thickened with a sense of foreboding. Ahmad's heart raced as he realized he was not the hunter in this dance, but the prey. The stories flooded back to him, tales of her screeching wail and the way she would feast on the hearts of those who dared approach her. He turned to flee, but the ground seemed to shift beneath him as if the very earth was conspiring against his escape. In her fury, the Pontianak unleashed a scream that shattered the night, a sound so piercing it could split the very fabric of reality. The trees trembled, leaves falling like tears around him as he sprinted, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. He could feel her presence behind him, a cold rush that threatened to swallow him whole. Each step felt heavier than the last, his legs threatening to give in to the weight of dread. Ahmad's mind raced as he stumbled through the underbrush, branches clawing at him like the fingers of the damned. He remembered the elder's words. If you encounter her, you must show her respect. Offer her what is sacred, something precious. But in his panic, he had nothing but fear and regret. The deeper he ran, the more the forest morphed into a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading him deeper into her domain. Suddenly, he found himself in a clearing, moonlight spilling down like a spotlight on a stage. There she stood, ethereal and terrifying, her long hair flowing like smoke around her. In that moment, he understood the truth. She was not just a spirit. She was a mother, a woman who had tasted loss and betrayal. Her eyes bore the weight of her suffering, but the rage was still there, fierce and unyielding. Caught in a web of emotion, Ahmad's heart ached for her, even as terror coursed through his veins. He stumbled forward, instinctively dropping to his knees, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "I'm sorry," he cried, the words tumbling out in desperation. "I did not mean to intrude. I honor your pain." The words echoed into the void, and for a moment the world held its breath again. The Pontianak tilted her head, confusion flickering across her features. The tension hung thick in the air, a delicate balance between vengeance and understanding. Would she grant him mercy, or would his fate be sealed under her vengeful gaze? As the silence deepened, Ahmad felt time stretch, a moment stretched into infinity. Shadows danced around them, the forest holding its breath, waiting for the next act in this tragic play. The whisper of the wind tickled his ear, an unseen presence that felt almost like a promise. Perhaps there was a way to bridge the gap between life and death, between vengeance and healing. Yet, before he could grasp the fleeting glimmer of hope, the forest erupted into chaos. A howl of wind swirled around him, and he felt her fury rise like a storm, ready to unleash itself upon him. Would he become another tale of horror, another lost soul to haunt the whispers of the jungle? Or was there something more, something that could mend the broken heart of the Pontianak? In that moment, the boundary between life and death, between horror and empathy, wavered like the flickering flame of a candle in the dark. The night was far from over, and in the depths of the jungle, the echoes of stories yet to be told awaited, their haunting whispers calling out for understanding, for redemption, and for the fragile threads that bind the living and the dead. In the dappled shadows of ancient forests, where the wind whispers secrets and the moonlight dances across the leaves, a pair of glowing eyes watches intently. These are not the eyes of a predator or a lost traveler. They belong to the Shaneks, mischievous spirits steeped in rich Mexican folklore. They flit between trees and vanish like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind an air of playfulness laced with an unmistakable chill. Legends speak of their playful nature, how they lure unsuspecting wanderers deep into the woods only to leave them disoriented, giggling behind ancient oaks, their laughter echoing like the tinkling of distant bells. Children and adults alike share tales of encounters with these spirits, often marking the stories with nervous laughter, as if the mere mention of the Shaneks could summon their presence anew. A shiver runs down the spine as one recalls a friend who strayed too far while chasing a butterfly, only to return with wild eyes and a story of a tiny figure darting just out of reach, beckoning but never allowing anyone to come close. The Shaneks are said to be protectors of the forest, guardians of nature's treasures. They are known to have small childlike forms, adorned with leaves and flowers, embodying the spirit of the earth itself. Yet, beneath their charming appearance lies a hint of mischief. They delight in leading those who wander too close to trouble. A misplaced step could send a person tumbling into a hidden ravine or stumbling into brambles, all while the Cheneks watch with laughter bubbling in their throats. In ancient times, the people revered these spirits. Offerings of food and flowers would be left at the foot of grand trees, and prayers were whispered into the wind, asking for favor and protection. The indigenous tribes believed that respecting the Cheneks would ensure a bountiful harvest, safeguarding their crops from harm, while also ensuring that the spirits remained at peace. But to take without giving was to invite chaos. Many who failed to honor the Cheneks would return home with stories of lost belongings and inexplicable mishaps that would haunt them for days. On a quiet night beneath a blanket of stars, a young boy named Miguel wandered too far from his home, drawn by the twinkling lights that danced like fireflies. He had heard tales of the Cheneks from his grandmother, warnings mixed with wonder. Yet curiosity buzzed in his veins, urging him forward. The cool night air wrapped around him as he stepped deeper into the forest. Shadows twisted and turned, creating shapes that made his heart race. A rustling caught his attention. He turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a small figure darting behind a tree. Miguel's heart skipped. Was it a Chenek? He called out, "Hello?" His voice trembled slightly, swallowed by the dense night. A soft giggle floated back to him, teasing and sweet, beckoning him deeper into the woods. The boy hesitated, suddenly aware of the stories that had been told. The spirits could be both playful and cruel. But the thrill of adventure surged within him, and Miguel took a step forward, his feet crunching on the fallen leaves. The moment he moved, the air changed. It thickened, heavy with a sense of anticipation. A chill brushed his skin, and he felt as if unseen eyes were watching, measuring his intent. The laughter grew louder, surrounding him, echoing through the trees. Miguel felt a shiver race up his spine, yet he pressed on, the lure of the unknown too strong to resist. With each step, he felt a tug at his heart, a strange mix of excitement and dread. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, leaving an unsettling silence that vibrated in the air. Miguel stood still, breathing heavily, his mind racing with questions. Where had they gone? Was it a game? As if in answer, a gust of wind swirled around him, sending leaves dancing in spirals. Just then, a tiny figure appeared before him, no more than a foot tall. Its skin shimmered like wet bark, and its eyes glowed with mischief. The Chenek smiled, revealing tiny, sharp teeth, and Miguel felt a rush of fear and fascination. "Come play," it cried, its voice high and sweet like the chime of a bell. But there was a warning in the air, a sense that this game could quickly turn perilous. Miguel's heart thundered in his chest, the thrill of the chase now mingling with the pulse of danger. He took a hesitant step back, a decision weighing on him, a choice between the enchanting world of the Chenek and the safety of home. But the spirit wasn't having it. In a blink, it dashed away, just out of reach, beckoning him further into the shadows. Miguel felt a surge of determination. He would not be left behind, not after coming this far. He sprinted after the Chenek, the forest blurring around him, branches snapping at his arms as if trying to pull him back. This was no mere game. It was a test, a challenge set by the spirits of the forest. As he ran, the laughter returned, echoing like a haunting melody. It enveloped him, wrapping around his senses, making it hard to focus. He chased the fleeting figure, now appearing before him, now slipping away into the darkness. The thrill of the chase was intoxicating, yet something deep inside warned him of the potential consequences. Each step felt like a dance along the edge of a cliff, and the forest seemed to close in around him, a living entity that both welcomed and warned. Miguel stumbled, nearly losing his footing as a booming laughter erupted from all directions, reverberating through the trees. "Catch us if you can," the Chenek taunted, and with that the night erupted into chaos. All at once the shadows came alive. Figures emerged from behind trees, their forms quick and agile, darting just beyond his grasp. Miguel felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with fear. He was not merely chasing a spirit, but entering into a wild game of cat and mouse where the rules were unknown. The moonlight flickered, casting eerie shapes across the ground. Miguel's breath quickened as he noticed something glimmering on the forest floor, a small trinket that shimmered like gold. Was it a gift, an offering for him, or a trap set by the Shanek? His instincts screamed for him to leave it be, but the allure of shiny treasures is hard to resist, especially for a young boy brimming with wonder and curiosity. He reached for it, feeling the cool metal in his palm, when suddenly the laughter morphed into shrieks of delight, echoing all around him. The Shanekes had stopped their game, their joy evident in the rustling leaves and the whispering wind. They were watching him, waiting for his next move. Would he succumb to their tricks, or find a way to navigate their world without losing himself? As Miguel clutched the trinket tighter, he felt a shift in the air, a gust that sent a shiver down his spine. The laughter faded into a hushed whispering. The Shanek were still there, lurking in the shadows, their presence felt but unseen. And he was left standing on the precipice of choice, his heart pounding as he realized this was more than just a game. The spirits were testing him, teasing him with the unknown, and the night was far from over. The fog hung low over the riverbank, wrapping around the willows like a shroud. The water whispered secrets, its surface disturbed only by the occasional ripple from a startled fish. Children played nearby, their laughter echoing through the mist, blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. And this was no ordinary body of water, it was a portal to the ancient and the unknown. Suddenly, the laughter turned to shrieks. A child, no older than 7, had ventured too close to the edge. The water sparkled in the fading light, but beneath that shimmering facade lay the legend of the kappa, a creature that dwelled in Japan's rivers and ponds, waiting patiently for its next victim. The kappa, with its green, scaly skin and a shell like a turtle's, was a being of contradictions. It was both mischievous and malevolent, a trickster whose antics could lead to laughter or, more often, tears. In ancient texts, the kappa was described as having a dish on its head, a small pool of water that contained its life force. If a kappa were to lose this water, it could no longer survive. The villagers knew this well, and they used it to their advantage. They'd bait the kappa with cucumbers, its favorite food, luring it out from the depths to steal the water from its head. But the kappa was not to be underestimated. It possessed a cunning intelligence and a thirst for revenge that was as deep as the rivers it inhabited. As night descended, shadows danced along the water's edge, and a thick silence enveloped the air. The children scurried home, their games forgotten as the moon cast an eerie glow over the landscape. But one child lingered, mesmerized by the stillness. Her name was Yuki, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward the water, as if it were calling her. The kappa watched from below, its eyes glinting with anticipation. In the dark waters, the kappa plotted. It remembered the old stories of men who had dared to approach the river, only to vanish without a trace. Legends spoke of the kappa's deceptive charm. It could mimic human voices, drawing unsuspecting victims into its watery grasp. Yuki leaned over the bank, entranced by the rippling reflections. "Is anyone there?" she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The surface of the water trembled, and the kappa emerged, eyes wide with cunning mischief. "I am here, little one," it replied, its voice sweet as honey but laced with a chilling undertone. Yuki's heart raced, a surge of fear mixed with curiosity. She had heard the warnings, stories of how the kappa could drown a person with a single tug, but something about the creature's smile drew her in. A promise of adventure that was hard to resist. The kappa spoke of treasures hidden beneath the surface, of sparkling gems and forgotten relics. Yuki's eyes widened, the allure of the unknown intoxicating her young mind. "What do I have to do?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. The kappa's grin widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. It leaned closer, the water dripping from its chin. "Just a small favor, my dear. Let me play a game with you. If you win, I will show you the treasures of the river. If you lose—" Yuki's heart pounded. She thought of the tales her grandmother told by the fire, stories of the Kappa's games that often ended in sorrow. But the potential for adventure was too strong to resist. "I'm not afraid," she declared, though her voice wavered. The Kappa clapped its hands, its laughter echoing eerily. "Very well, let us play." It proposed a game of shirikodama, a contest where the Kappa would try to steal the soul from the bottom of one's body, while the player had to outsmart the creature to keep it at bay. The stakes were high, and Yuki felt the weight of her choice settle like a stone in her stomach. As they began, the Kappa's movements were swift and graceful, a dance of water and mischief. Yuki struggled to keep up, her mind racing. The Kappa taunted her, its voice oozing with confidence. "You're clever, but not clever enough?" It lunged forward, fingers outstretched, and Yuki felt a cold grip around her ankle. Panic surged through her, and she was momentarily frozen, a rabbit caught in the gaze of a serpent. But then a spark of bravery ignited within her. "You think you can play with me?" she shouted, her voice breaking through the fear. In that moment, Yuki remembered the stories of those who had outsmarted the Kappa before her. The ancient wisdom whispered by her grandmother reverberated in her mind. "Kappa, you may steal from others, but I am not afraid of you." With a sudden, daring twist, she pulled herself free and stumbled back, adrenaline coursing through her veins. The Kappa's eyes flared with anger, its demeanor shifting from playful to predatory. "You will regret that, little girl," it hissed, the water swirling ominously around it. Yuki's heart raced, and she felt the weight of the Kappa's gaze. But before the creature could strike again, a bright light flickered in the distance. The sound of footsteps approached, and the Kappa recoiled, its expression faltering. The light was a lantern, carried by a fisherman who had just returned from a long day on the river. "Yuki!" he called out, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. The Kappa glared, its patience wearing thin, and it hissed like a snake ready to strike. The air was thick with impending chaos. Yuki knew she had little time. She took a step back, heart in her throat as the Kappa's anger simmered. "You may have escaped tonight, little one, but the river never forgets. You will see me again," it warned, retreating beneath the dark surface, leaving only ripples in its wake. The fisherman reached Yuki just as the last hint of the Kappa faded from sight. "What were you doing there?" he asked, eyes wide with concern. She hesitated, the memory of the creature's eyes flashing through her mind. Would he believe her story, or would he laugh and dismiss her fear? But deep within her, Yuki felt a new understanding brewing. The Kappa was not just a monster to fear. It was a creature of the river, complex, wild, and deeply connected to the tales of old. As she looked back at the water, now calm and unassuming, she sensed that this was not the end of her encounter with the Kappa, but merely the beginning of a much larger tale woven into the very fabric of Japan's folklore. A chill ran down her spine. She would have to be ready, for the river had many secrets, and the Kappa was just one of them. As shadows danced around her, she felt a thrill of anticipation. The night was far from over. The forest stood still, a shroud of mist hanging low as dawn broke. Every rustle of leaves echoed like whispers. Secrets shared between the trees and the earth. In this ancient place, shadows danced, and the air thrummed with a strange energy that stirred the heart and raised the hair on the back of one's neck. It was here, among the towering pines and wild underbrush, that the Leshy roamed. This guardian of the woods, with skin like bark and eyes glowing like lanterns in the fading light, was both protector and trickster. The Leshy was not a mere creature of folklore. He represented everything that thrived in the forest, the wild, the untamed, and the beautiful. Tall and imposing, he towered over the smallest of creatures, yet he moved with a grace that made him seem more spirit than flesh. His hair flowed like tangled vines, interwoven with leaves and twigs that changed with the seasons. In spring, wildflowers adorned him. In autumn, he wore a crown of golden leaves. The forest was his home, and he knew every route, every path, every hidden glade. Travelers who wandered too deep into his domain often felt the Leshy's watchful presence. Stories passed from generation to generation spoke of lost souls stumbling upon enchanted clearings, only to find themselves unable to leave. It was said that the Leshy delighted in leading the unwary astray, laughing softly as they chased phantoms through the trees. But his laughter was not cruel. It was a reminder of the forest's power. A call to respect the land and its guardian. Legend told of a young girl named Anya, who, with eyes full of wonder, ventured into the woods, drawn by the melody of birds singing sweetly high above. She wandered, captivated by the beauty surrounding her, until an unsettling silence fell. The chirping ceased, the rustling stopped. Anya felt a chill creep down her spine, a sensation that something was watching her. In the clearing ahead, she spotted a figure, tall and shadowy with a presence that made the air feel thick and charged. Her heart raced, a mixture of fear and curiosity. She had heard the tales, yet here he was, the Leshy, a living embodiment of all she had been warned about. His gaze was piercing, and she felt as if he could see deep into her soul. Time seemed to freeze as she stood rooted to the spot, breath caught in her throat. The Leshy took a step forward, each movement deliberate, like the slow unfolding of a story. Anya held her breath, waiting for his words, waiting for his judgment. Instead, he knelt, meeting her gaze with an intensity that both frightened and fascinated her. Through the brush of leaves and the whisper of wind, she felt a strange connection, an understanding that transcended words. He dared her to speak, to express the thoughts that flitted through her mind like shadows. "You are of the forest," he seemed to say, a deep rumble that resonated within her. "What do you seek?" Anya trembled, feeling both insignificant and vital in his presence. She had come seeking adventure, yet she was now faced with the essence of the wild itself. The Leshy became a mirror, reflecting her dreams and fears, her desires and regrets. As she hesitated, the forest began to shift around them. Trees swayed as if in response to an unseen melody, and the ground vibrated beneath her feet. Anya realized that the Leshy was not just a guardian, but the very heartbeat of the woods, a protector of life. He was a reminder that the forest held mysteries beyond human understanding. In this moment, she could feel the weight of history, the echoes of those who had walked these paths before her, and the struggles of nature itself to endure and thrive. But the Leshy was not merely passive. He would test her resolve. Without warning, he stood tall, casting an imposing shadow that swallowed the clearing. The once serene atmosphere turned electric with tension. He raised a hand, fingers splayed wide, and the ground trembled. The air crackled like the fury of a storm. Anya felt the intensity of his power, a force that could either protect or destroy. She understood that if she did not tread carefully, she could become a lost soul, another story woven into the fabric of forest lore. "Show me your heart," came a voice, deep and rumbling like thunder. Anya closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the forest in her veins. She thought of her family, her home, her dreams. With a quivering voice, she spoke of her love for the woods, for the creatures that lived in harmony beneath the canopy. She told him of the stories she had heard as a child, of the magic that thrived under the moonlight. Each word drew her closer to truth, and she sensed a shift in the Leshy's demeanor. The tension slackened, his fierce presence softening, and the wild energy around them transformed. The trees seemed to lean in, eager to listen, and Anya felt warmth wash over her, as if she were bathed in sunlight. In that moment, she realized the Leshy was not just a guardian. He was a teacher, a guide who wished to impart wisdom to those who dared to venture into his realm. But just as hope bloomed in her heart, the ground began to shake again and shadows swirled, dark and foreboding. A whisper of danger swept through the trees, calling to Anya to heed the Leshy's warning. She understood then that the forest was alive, and it was her choice to protect it or let it fall into despair. The Leshy's gaze held her firmly, a promise and a challenge intertwined. The air hummed with anticipation as branches crackled, and the forest, both beautiful and menacing, beckoned her to make a decision. Would she embrace the lessons of the Leshy and become a protector of the wild, or would she turn away, leaving the ancient woods vulnerable to the encroaching darkness? As she stood at the brink of this choice, time blurred, and the whispers of the past echoed around her. The forest held its breath, waiting for her next move, as the Leshy watched with eyes that held the weight of 1,000 years. In the shadows of the vast, sun-baked deserts of ancient Africa, whispers of strange creatures floated through the air like a haunting melody. Tales of the blemmies, the headless monsters, sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. Their stories woven into the fabric of time like a dark thread. These beings, with their unsettling features and eerie legends, were said to roam the distant lands, a living nightmare for the curious and the brave. The blemmies were not just figments of fevered imaginations. They were rooted in the minds of those who had encountered them, or claimed to have. Descriptions varied, but they all shared one chilling detail. These creatures lacked heads. Instead of a face, they bore mouths and eyes in their chests, a grotesque distortion of humanity that ignited fear and fascination. Scholars and adventurers fixated on the bizarre eagerly scribbled down eyewitness accounts, adding fuel to the legends that grew with each retelling. In a time when maps were mere suggestions and the world was still an unfathomable expanse, the blemmies inhabited a realm where the ordinary twisted into the extraordinary. Their existence was tied to both the imagination and the fears of people who traversed the wild landscapes of North Africa and beyond. They were said to inhabit the areas around the Nile, a land of mystique shrouded in the golden sands and the cruel sun. Merchants and travelers would speak in hushed tones around flickering campfires, recounting encounters that felt too bizarre to be real. One tale told of a merchant caravan that ventured too far from the safety of their usual paths. As night fell, they found themselves encircled by an eerie silence that thickened the air. Shadows danced in the flickering light of their torches, and soon strange figures emerged from the darkness. The blemmies, with their haunting forms, lunged at the men, their mouths wide as if to consume the very souls of those before them. Panic erupted, and the only sound was the thunder of hearts racing and the frantic shouts of men trying to escape the unimaginable. Another account described a brave soldier who, fueled by tales of glory, sought to confront the blemmies. With sword in hand, he marched into the desert, determined to prove the myths false. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon him, eyes that didn't belong to a single head, but flickered in the very fabric of the night. When dawn broke, he was found wandering aimlessly, his mind fractured, muttering about the creatures he had seen. He claimed they weren't just beasts, they were enigmas, taunting the limits of human understanding. Merchants and explorers, drawn by the allure of these monsters, began to populate their stories with vivid details. They painted pictures of the blemmies with skin like old parchment and limbs that seemed to stretch impossibly long. Some claimed they communicated through the vibrations of the earth, their voices echoing in the minds of those who dared to approach. Others insisted that the blemmies possessed wisdom beyond that of any human, as if they were the keepers of secrets that could unravel the very fabric of reality. History books in ancient Rome took note of these tales. Writers such as Pliny the Elder recorded the lore of the blemmies, crafting their accounts as if they were documenting a new species. They speculated about the origins of these headless beings, some suggesting they descended from ancient gods, while others believed they were the result of untold horrors unleashed upon the earth. With every word penned, the blemmies became more than a myth. They became a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and our unending quest to comprehend the unknown. Yet, as the centuries turned, the stories of the Blemmies began to fade, overshadowed by new myths and legends. The world grew smaller, maps became clearer, and the deserts that once held the secrets of these creatures became merely a backdrop for trade and expansion. But even as civilization encroached upon their territory, the Blemmies lingered in the corners of many minds, a ghostly specter of a time when the world was still brimming with mystery. In quiet towns, nestled away from the bustling cities, elders would gather to share stories of the headless monsters, their voices low and conspiratorial. Each retelling ignited the spark of fear and curiosity in the listeners, their imaginations igniting like wildfire. Children would huddle together, wide-eyed, as the tales wove a tapestry of wonder and dread. The Blemmies remained a bridge between reality and fantasy, a reminder that the world still held secrets that eluded the sharpest minds. As dusk fell and the stars blinked into existence, one could almost hear the whispers of the Blemmies echoing through the night air, drawing in those brave enough to listen. They became a metaphor for the unknown, embodying humanity's struggle against the shadows of fear. Was it possible that these creatures, once thought to be mere myths, were representations of the fears that lurked within every heart? The thought sent chills down the spine, a reminder that history, with all its wonders and horrors, is never truly buried. In the realms of ancient tales, the Blemmies remind us that while civilization may seek to conquer the unknown, some mysteries are better left untouched, left to the imagination, where they can thrive, evolve, and haunt us forever. The night stretched on, and the stories continued to blur the lines between reality and the fantastical, beckoning to those who dared to listen. A siren call from a world that refused to be forgotten. Snow fell silently on the jagged peaks of the Himalayas, a pristine blanket that cloaked an ancient world of whispers and shadows. In the stillness, a chilling breeze carried tales of the Acheri, a spirit said to haunt the mountains, seeking vengeance on those who dared to disturb its peace. The locals spoke in hushed tones, their eyes wide with fear, as they recounted the stories passed down through generations. The Acheri was no ordinary ghost. It was said to take the form of a young girl, her long hair flowing like a river of darkness, her eyes void of warmth, and her presence bringing despair. On a crisp winter's night, a curious traveler named Ravi found himself trekking through the snow-laden trails, drawn by the allure of the unknown. Ignoring the warnings of villagers who urged him to stay close, he ventured deeper into the mountains, determined to uncover the truth behind the Acheri. With every step, he felt an eerie sensation creeping up his spine, as if the very air around him thickened with dread. Shadows flitted across the trees, and for a moment he thought he saw a figure watching him from the distance, a glimpse of a girl, or perhaps just a trick of the light. The Acheri was said to be the spirit of a girl who had died young, her life cut short by illness or misfortune. In her sorrow she had transformed into a malevolent force, wandering the high altitudes, seeking to drag others into her eternal grief. The villagers spoke of her mournful cries echoing off the rocks, a haunting sound that haunted their dreams. Ravi felt a shiver as he recalled the tales. The Acheri would whisper to the lonely and the lost, luring them deeper into the mountains where they would vanish without a trace. As night enveloped the landscape, Ravi's heart raced with anticipation and dread. The snow crunched under his feet, and the sky above sparkled with stars, but the beauty was overshadowed by an unsettling feeling. Somewhere in the distance, a soft sobbing reached his ears, sending icy tendrils of fear curling around his heart. He paused, straining to listen, and realized the sound was growing louder, more desperate. It was a call that hung in the air, a plea that beckoned him closer, ensnaring him in its thrall. Ravi pressed on against his better judgment, the sobbing wrapping around him like a cold embrace. The forest loomed around him, its trees standing like silent sentinels. He could almost see her, a fleeting shadow darting between the trunks, her sorrow palpable. He stumbled upon a clearing, the moonlight illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. There, in the center, stood a figure, delicate yet foreboding. Her hair flowed like a waterfall of midnight, and her face was obscured, but it was her eyes that struck him with terror. They were hollow, dark voids that seemed to absorb the very light around her. "Help me," the girl whispered, her voice a haunting melody that wrapped around his mind. It curled inside his chest like a vine, squeezing his heart until he could barely breathe. Ravi felt a pull, an insatiable urge to reach out, to comfort her. But the tales of the Akari rang in his ears, a cacophony of warnings that cut through the spell she cast upon him. "Stay away, she's a curse," the villagers' voices echoed in his mind. But his feet moved of their own accord, inching closer to her. He could see the tears streaming down her ghostly cheeks, glimmering in the moonlight, and the pitiful sight tugged at his heartstrings. Was it compassion or foolishness that drove him forward? The choice was slipping away like the snowflakes melting beneath his fingertips. "Why do you cry?" he asked, his voice trembling against the stark silence of the night. "What do you seek?" The Akari's gaze held him captive, her sorrow turning into rage in an instant. "They took my life. They left me to suffer, and now I must take from others. Their pain will be my solace." The wind howled in response, as if the mountains themselves were lamenting her plight. It was a chilling moment, fraught with tension, as Ravi felt the very air shift around him, heavy with her anger. Then, in a blink, the sorrow morphed into something darker. The landscape seemed to twist and turn, the clearing morphing into a desolate wasteland. The shadows deepened, enveloping Ravi in darkness. He could feel the chill of her spirit wrapping around him like barbed wire, tightening with every heartbeat. "You will join me," she hissed, her voice echoing like a thunderclap through the night. "You will know my pain." Ravi's heart raced, and for a fleeting moment, he thought of the villagers who had warned him of her curse. The stories had been real, and he was now ensnared in a web of her wrath. He turned to flee, but the icy fingers of despair clutched at him, pulling him back toward her. The mountains roared their disapproval, and the winds screamed with the anguish of lost souls. Suddenly, the sobs transformed into a cacophony of laughter, sharp and piercing, echoing into the night. The Acheri's face twisted into a ghastly smile as she stepped closer, her form shifting with the shadows. "You cannot escape your fate, traveler. You are forever intertwined with my sorrow." The ground beneath his feet trembled, and the very earth seemed to choke with anguish, resonating with her torment. Ravi stumbled backward, panic surging through him. Each breath felt heavier, as if the mountains themselves wanted him to succumb to her darkness. He knew he had to break free, but the allure of her despair was intoxicating, pulling him toward the edge of an abyss from which he could not return. As she reached out, her hand a mere whisper away, he felt the cold grip of terror seize his heart. In that moment he understood. There was no escaping the Akari. Her sorrow was a part of the mountains, woven into their very essence. To confront her meant to confront the pain of countless souls, lost and forgotten. And as he faced her, the line between compassion and destruction blurred, leaving him trembling in the presence of a spirit that thirsted for more than just souls. The night stretched on, a tapestry of fear and longing, as Ravi stood frozen, caught between the warmth of life and the cold embrace of death. The Acheri's laugh echoed in his mind, weaving itself into his very being, a haunting melody that would never leave him. With each heartbeat, the shadows closed in, and the mountains whispered secrets that only the brave dared to understand. Under the cloak of night, an eerie stillness envelops Zanzibar. In every shadow, a whisper of dread hangs heavy in the air. A reminder of the unseen terror that prowls the island. Children huddle under their blankets, eyes wide with fright, listening intently for the telltale signs of the Popobawa, a creature that has haunted the dreams of locals for generations. They tell tales of a dark figure, bat-like and grotesque, swooping down from the inky sky to terrorize the unsuspecting. The legend of the Popobawa emerged in the 1960s, gripping the islanders with its chilling grip. Stories flowed like the tide, ebbing and swelling with fear. It was said that this being could appear at any time, often targeting those who dared to speak of it. A shiver runs through the spines of those who recall the accounts of neighbors and friends, stories of encounters that left them shaken, their lives forever altered. In the bustling streets of Stone Town, the sun sets, casting long shadows that dance on the crumbling walls of ancient buildings. The scent of spices hangs thick in the air, mingling with the distant sounds of laughter and music. Yet, beneath this vibrant exterior lies a current of anxiety. When night falls, the laughter fades, replaced by hushed conversations about the Popobawa. It's hard not to feel the tension as the islanders exchange nervous glances, reminding each other to stay alert. A man named Juma, a fisherman by trade, is particularly haunted by the stories. One night, after a long day at sea, he sits alone in his small hut, the wind howling outside. His heart races as he recalls a tale shared by his grandmother, a story of a friend, a skeptic, who laughed at the legend. That very night he became a victim, an empty shell left on his bed, eyes wide open in terror. Juma shudders as he thinks of that poor soul, and his hands tremble as he clutches a wooden charm, a feeble attempt at protection. The islanders believe the Popobawa is more than just a figment of imagination. It is a warning, a manifestation of fear brought to life. Some say it is a mixture of dark spirit and folklore, perhaps born from the struggles that have shaped Zanzibar, the colonial past, the slave trade, and the echoes of oppression that linger in the air. The creature is said to be a harbinger of chaos, a reflection of the island's troubled history. As the sun sinks further below the horizon, the tension thickens like the humidity in the air. Rumors swirl when the Popobawa is sighted, each claim more startling than the last. One woman describes a night when she was awakened by a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. Unable to move, she feared the worst. Just as panic set in, she mustered the courage to scream, and the pressure lifted, leaving her gasping for breath. The next morning, her neighbors remarked that they had heard her cries, adding another layer to the legend that binds the community together. Another tale surfaces, this one about a group of schoolchildren who dared to venture into the woods after dark, giggling as they recounted the tales of the Popobawa. Their laughter was soon silenced by a rustling in the trees, a sound that sent chills down their spines. They ran, hearts pounding, but one boy lagged behind, frozen in fear. In that moment, his fate was sealed. He was never seen again, leaving a haunting void in the community and a stark reminder of the price of disbelief. As whispers of the Popobawa spread, fear weaves itself into the fabric of everyday life. The islanders share stories at the market, eyes darting nervously, while children avoid playing outside as twilight approaches. The creature is said to be attracted to those who mock it, punishing the brave with a vengeance. The air grows thicker, and the shadows seem to stretch longer as the night deepens. Juma, increasingly uneasy, decides to visit the local healer. With a weathered face etched with wisdom, the healer listens intently as Juma shares his fears. The healer speaks of the importance of respect and belief, warning him that the Popobawa thrives on doubt. "You must honor the spirit," she says, her voice low and steady. "For it is not merely a monster, it is a guardian of the past." That night, as Juma returns home, the streets are eerily quiet. The gentle lapping of the ocean becomes a distant echo as he approaches his hut. The hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He recalls the healer's words, battling between respect and skepticism. He reaches for his charm, but a sudden gust of wind extinguishes his lantern, plunging him into darkness. Panic sets in as he fumbles for the door, only to be met with a heavy silence. A rustle breaks the stillness, followed by a low growl that sends ice through his veins. This is it, he thinks, the moment he's dreaded, the popobawa. He can feel its presence, the air thickening with dread as it closes in. Heart racing, he whispers a prayer, hoping for safety, wishing for the dawn to break. Outside, the moon casts ghostly beams, illuminating the path of a mysterious figure soaring through the night sky, wings outstretched, casting shadows. The popobawa, a creature born of fear and history, is on the hunt, and as the weight of the past presses down on Zanzibar, the island holds its breath, caught in a cycle of terror and disbelief, where every shadow might hold a story waiting to unfold, every sound a reminder of the terror that lies just beyond sight. The night is far from over, and the popobawa waits, patient and relentless, a dark reminder of the island's haunted legacy. In the bitter cold of the northern forests, an eerie wind whispered through the skeletal branches, carrying with it the faint echo of ancient tales, stories of hunger, desperation, and a darkness that loomed over the souls of those who strayed too far from the light. It was here, in the snow-laden wilderness, that the legend of the Wendigo took root. A creature forged from the very essence of greed and insatiable hunger, the Wendigo stalked its victims, embodying the fears of the Algonquin tribes. But the true horror lay not just in the creature itself, but in the chilling phenomenon known as Wendigo psychosis. As the winter months dragged on, trapping entire communities in isolation, a sinister change could be felt in the air. Elders spoke in hushed tones, warning their kin about the thin line between survival and madness. In the depths of starvation, when food became a distant memory and the gnawing ache in the belly turned into an all-consuming obsession, the Wendigo was said to seize its victim's mind, twisting their thoughts into a grotesque parody of their former selves. Those afflicted could hear its voice whispering, urging them to consume flesh, to feed the gnawing void that clawed at their insides. One such tale emerged from a small tribe in the 1900s, where a series of chilling events unfolded. A hunting party, trapped in a snowstorm, returned to their village to find it deserted, the frozen food stores empty. Panic gripped their hearts as starvation set in. In the depths of despair, one man, driven by the gnawing hunger that gnawed at his sanity, began to hear the seductive call of the Wendigo. It promised strength, power, and the end of suffering. But at what cost? With wide eyes and trembling hands, the man picked up a knife. His heart raced as he turned to his companion, who was as thin as a shadow, skin stretched tight over bone. The horrifying choice loomed before him, a choice that would bind him forever to the darkness. As the knife pierced flesh, the snow fell silently outside, unaware of the horror unfolding within. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, and for a moment the howling wind ceased, as if holding its breath at the unfathomable act. The man feasted, driven by the primal urge to survive, but with every bite he felt the Wendigo's grip tighten around his mind, a consuming force that twisted his thoughts into a frenzy of delirium. The joy of survival morphed into a nightmare as he realized what he had done. The horror of cannibalism seeped into his bones, and the joyful relief of fullness began to rot into shame and despair. The darkness inside him grew, a festering wound that no amount of food could heal. As more in the village succumbed to the madness, whispers of the Wendigo became a chilling lullaby. Children were warned to never stray too far, lest they draw the creature's attention. Families barricaded their doors at night, praying they wouldn't hear the chilling cries of those who had transformed into the very thing they feared. The Wendigo was no longer just a mythical beast. It was a reflection of their own desperation, a relentless hunger that lay dormant within each of them. Historical records detail chilling accounts of similar phenomena among various tribes, where the terror of Wendigo psychosis took hold in the darkest winters. The phenomenon wasn't merely a tale to scare children. It was a very real danger, a primal fear that surfaced when survival was threatened. The stories told of individuals who, in their starvation, had resorted to unspeakable acts, haunted by the voice of the Wendigo urging them on. The deeper one went into the history, the more chilling the accounts became. In 1661, the French Jesuit missionary Claude Aloes documented an encounter with the Algonquin tribes, expressing his confusion and horror over their beliefs surrounding the Wendigo. He described how some individuals would become possessed, driven to commit cannibalism, believing they were becoming one with the Wendigo, gaining its strength and ferocity. The fear was so profound that some would even willingly embrace death over succumbing to the monster within. The myth of the Wendigo acted as a cautionary tale, not just about the horrors of cannibalism, but about humanity's darkest desires. The tales served to remind people of their fragile nature, the thin veneer that separates civilization from savagery. In times of desperation, when the mind unravels and survival instincts kick in, the line can blur, leading even the kindest of souls into the abyss. And so, the winter nights stretched on, filled with the haunting wails of the afflicted, each cry echoing through the trees, leaving an indelible mark on the conscience of the surviving villagers. Those who once knew each other as friends now looked upon one another with fear, distrust crawling into their hearts like the frost that gripped the land. The Wendigo was no longer an external threat. It had infected their minds, turning family against family, love into suspicion, and kinship into dread. In this never-ending cycle of despair, the Wendigo stood as a relentless reminder of what lay hidden within the human soul. The darkness was not merely an external force. It resided in the heart of every person, waiting for the right moment, the right desperation, to emerge. The stories passed down through generations became a chilling legacy, one that warned the future of what could happen when the weight of survival bore down too heavily on the human spirit. With the arrival of spring, the snow began to melt, revealing the scars left behind. Yet the horror did not disappear. It lingered in the minds of those who had survived. The Wendigo was not a mere tale of old, but a haunting presence, a reminder that when faced with the unimaginable, the darkest corners of the mind could easily take flight. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating a world reborn, the shadow of the Wendigo crept silently into the hearts of those who remained, waiting for the day when hunger would rise again, and the cycle would start anew. Beneath the moon's silvery glow, the night air carried a chill that whispered secrets of the past. In the quiet corners of Japan, when the world seemed asleep, there lurked a presence so formidable it could send shivers down anyone's spine. A giant skeleton, known as the Gashadokuro, roamed the land, its existence deeply rooted in the shadows of history and the chilling tales spun by those who dared to speak of it. This skeletal giant, towering at over 15 feet, was not merely a figment of folklore. It was born from the restless souls of the dead, those who had perished in battle or starvation, their spirits entwined in a desperate quest for vengeance. The Gashadokuro was said to be formed from the bones of these lost souls. Hungry and eager for revenge, it wandered the night, seeking to reclaim its lost life through the terror it inflicted upon the living. The mere thought of its rattling bones sent a wave of unease through the hearts of villagers, who would often avoid crossing paths with the unknown. The Gashadokuro, in its monstrous form, was a manifestation of grief. The bones that made up its towering figure belonged to those who had died in despair, their cries echoing through the ages. In ancient Japan, battles were fought fiercely, and lives were lost in the blink of an eye. Soldiers who fell on the battlefield were often left unburied, their bodies left to rot under the unforgiving sun. These souls, abandoned and angry, cried out for recognition. It was this sorrow that gave birth to the Gashadokuro, a creature that roamed the night, a giant of despair that fed on the fear it inspired. Legends spoke of its haunting presence, It could be heard miles away, the sound of clattering bones resonating like distant thunder. The villagers warned their children to stay indoors after dark, for the Gashadokuro would rise from the earth, its shadow stretching across the land, casting a pall of dread over anyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. Tales of its mischief were shared around flickering fires, where families huddled close, each member glancing uneasily at the darkened windows, half expecting the giant to appear. The fear of the Gashadokuro was palpable. On nights when the moon was full, its light illuminated the skeletal form of the creature, creeping through the rice paddies with an otherworldly grace. Its empty eye sockets glowed like lanterns, illuminating the faces of those who dared to steal a glance. It would reach down and snatch away those who sought to defy it, dragging them into the abyss of the afterlife, leaving behind nothing but echoes of fear. Even the bravest of warriors spoke in hushed tones of the creature, acknowledging that they, too, felt a tremor of dread when darkness fell. The stories of the Gashadokuro served as a reminder of the fragility of life and the consequences of neglecting the dead. Festivals were held to honor those who had fallen, their spirits appeased with offerings and prayers. The living found solace in these rituals, believing that as long as they paid their respects, the Gashadokuro would remain a mere story, a cautionary tale told to frighten children into behaving. But on the nights when the ceremonies were forgotten or when the offerings were deemed insufficient, the Gashadokuro would awaken, its hunger insatiable. It was said that the ground would tremble beneath its weight, and the air would grow heavy with the smell of decay. Those who encountered it spoke of a cold that penetrated to the bone, leaving them breathless with terror. The Gashadokuro would stand before them, towering high, its bony fingers curling towards the sky as if reaching for something just beyond its grasp. As the tales of the Gashadokuro spread from village to village, its legend grew, intertwining with the fears and superstitions of the people. The giant skeleton became a symbol of loss and longing, a reminder of lives cut short by conflict and despair. Mothers would tell their children of the Gashadokuro as a way to instill respect for the deceased. "Remember those who have gone," they would say, "or the giant will come for you." It was a lesson steeped in love, fear, and a touch of remorse for those souls who wandered the earth, unseen and unheard. One fateful night, a young traveler, curious and bold, decided to test the legends. Ignoring the warnings of the villagers, he ventured out into the fields, determined to confront the Gashadokuro. He carried nothing but a flickering lantern, its light wavering against the oppressive darkness. As he walked, the wind howled through the trees, and the air thickened with tension. Each step felt heavier, as if the world around him was holding its breath, urging him to turn back, but he pressed on, fueled by the thrill of the unknown. As he reached the edge of a clearing, he paused, heart racing. The ground began to tremble beneath him, and he felt a chill that wrapped around him like a shroud. In that moment, he understood the stories, the dread that filled every villager's eyes when they spoke of the Gashadokuro. The stillness was shattered by the unmistakable sound of rattling bones, echoing through the night like a dark symphony. Suddenly, in the shadows, a towering figure began to take shape. The outline of the Gashadokuro rose before him, an otherworldly giant whose presence commanded both fear and fascination. The lantern's light flickered dangerously, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the ground. The young traveler's mind raced, visions of the lost souls coursing through him, their cries rising up like a haunting melody. He felt the weight of their grief, their unquenchable thirst for recognition filling the air around him. As the giant took a step forward, he trembled, caught between the urge to flee and the desire to understand. The Gashadokuro loomed closer, its hollow eyes locking onto his, piercing into his very soul. In that fleeting instant, he felt the pulse of history, the anguish of forgotten lives, the weight of battles lost, and the unyielding longing that haunted the world. The air crackled with tension, and the night felt suspended in time. The traveler was no longer just an observer. He was part of the tale. The moon hung low over the Caribbean, cloaked in a shroud of mist that danced like whispers through the night. On the coast of Dominica, waves crashed violently against the rocks, as if the ocean itself were warning the islanders of the lurking danger. Underneath this serene surface lay an ancient fear, a fear that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. This was the domain of the Azamen, the shape-shifting demon known for its cunning and brutality. Legends of the Azamen had woven themselves into the very fabric of Caribbean culture, carried from generation to generation like a dark family heirloom. It was said that the Azamen could transform into any creature it desired, a ferocious lion, a sleek bird, or even a beloved friend. At night, when the stars dimmed and the world fell silent, the Azamen stalked its prey, ever watchful, ever hungry. With each flicker of the candlelight there was a palpable tension, a sense of being watched, as if the walls themselves could whisper the Azamen's name. Within a small village, just beyond the reach of the ocean's roar, Potaya, a young girl with an unyielding spirit, held a secret in her heart. Her grandmother had told her tales of the Azamen, but Potaya was not afraid. Instead, she felt a stirring curiosity. The villagers warned her to stay indoors when night fell, but Potaya would sit by the window, peering into the darkness with wide, brave eyes. Each night the stories grew richer in her imagination. She could almost hear the whispers of the Azamen calling her name, promising power and adventure. One fateful evening, Potaya made a choice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, she slipped out of her home, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The air was thick with humidity, heavy with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. The moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating her path as she ventured into the heart of the forest. Each step echoed, thudding in her chest, resonating with the pulse of the island. She could feel it. The Azamen was near. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by an eerie silence punctuated only by the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes caught her attention. Potia's heart raced as a figure emerged, slinking through the underbrush. It was a large dog, its fur gleaming in the moonlight. But there was something distinctly wrong. The creature's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, betraying an intelligence far beyond that of a mere animal. It approached Potia, and the air around them crackled with an electric tension. "Are you not afraid, child?" The voice was deep, almost seductive, like the soothing lull of the waves against the shore. Potia felt a shiver run down her spine. She shook her head, summoning all the courage she could muster. "I seek the Azamen," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. The creature laughed, a sound rich with dark amusement. "The Azamen is not a being to be trifled with. Do you wish to see its true form?" With a flick of its tail, the creature transformed before her eyes, shifting and morphing into a figure swathed in shadows. The Azamen stood before her, a blend of terror and beauty, its eyes gleaming with a mix of malice and allure. It was both magnificent and horrifying, a testament to the island's darkest fears. Potia was spellbound, yet deep within her, a flicker of dread ignited. The Azamen's voice rang out, echoing like thunder in her mind. "What do you desire, little girl? Power? Knowledge? I can give you what you seek." Potia hesitated, a storm of emotions swirling inside her. Could she trust this being, this embodiment of her nightmares? The villagers had warned of the consequences, of dreams that turned to nightmares, of souls lost to the darkness. But curiosity gripped her heart. "Show me," she demanded, her voice steady despite the tremor beneath. The Azamen tilted its head, an expression of interest crossing its shadowy visage. With a wave of its hand, the forest around them shimmered and distorted. Potia gasped as visions flashed before her, cities built on bones, laughter that turned to screams, power that came at a price too steep to fathom. She could see the joy, the anger, the sorrow of those who had come before her, all ensnared by the Ozaman's promise. In that moment, Potia understood. The Ozaman was not just a demon. It was a mirror reflecting her own desires back at her, twisting them into something grotesque. She felt her heart race, a drumbeat of trepidation echoing in her chest. "I want none of this," she breathed, stepping back. The forest roared with the Ozaman's laughter, a sound that sent icy fingers creeping down her spine. "Oh, but you already have, little one. The desire for power is a flame that cannot be extinguished. It is a part of you, and it will always haunt your dreams." Panic surged through Potia as she turned to flee. The trees seemed to twist and bend, their branches clawing at her, urging her to stay. But she was resolute. She burst through the thicket, the moonlight flooding her senses. Behind her, the Ozaman's laughter echoed, a haunting melody that would follow her long after she returned to the safety of her village. Yet, as she stumbled back into the familiar embrace of her home, her heart still thundered with fear. She had seen the darkness, felt its touch, and the warmth of her grandmother's tales turned cold in her memory. The Ozaman's promise lingered like a shadow, whispering insidiously in the corners of her mind. What would she sacrifice for power? What would she forsake to be more than just a girl in a village? The night wore on, but Potia could not sleep. The moonlight spilled through her window, casting eerie patterns that danced on her walls, a reminder of the choice she had made. Outside, the ocean continued its relentless rhythm, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and dark, safety and danger. The Ozaman had shown her a glimpse, and she knew that the true battle was only just beginning. With each breath she took, she felt the heavy weight of destiny pressing down on her, a promise wrapped in fear, a whisper of power that would not be silenced. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the rugged terrain of ancient Persia. Dust swirled in the evening breeze, whispering tales of horror and mystery. Children played by the riverbanks, their laughter ringing like chimes in the stillness, unaware of the lurking danger that haunted the nights. For when darkness fell, the manticore awoke. This beast, a grotesque fusion of lion, man, and scorpion, was said to roam the shadowy valleys, its spine-tingling roar echoing through the night like a death knell. With the body of a lion, it prowled with the elegance of a predator, yet its human-like face held a twisted intelligence, eyes glinting like obsidian stones. The tales told of its venomous tail, capable of piercing through armor, invoking shivers in the bravest of hearts. Legends spoke of the manticore feasting not just on livestock, but on men who dared to encroach upon its territory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a young shepherd named Arash gathered his flock, the weight of the day's labor heavy upon his shoulders. A chill crept over the land, and the air thickened with an unshakable sense of dread. He had heard the whispers of the manticore, spoken in hushed tones around flickering fires at night. His older brother had vanished months ago, swallowed by the night like so many before him. Arash could feel the cold fingers of fear wrapping around his heart, squeezing tighter with every step he took towards home. The elders warned that the manticore was not merely a beast, but a harbinger of doom. "It lures you with sweet promises," they said, "and then devours your very soul." Arash could still hear their warnings echoing in his mind. He remembered the flickering shadows, the wide eyes of his fellow villagers, and the tales of those who had ventured out, lured by the promise of glory, only to meet their fate. Each story ended with a chilling reminder: beware the manticore. That evening, as twilight fell, the air grew thick with tension. The sheep settled into a restless slumber, their bleats barely breaking the silence. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes sent a shiver down Arash's spine. He turned, heart pounding, ready to flee, but curiosity anchored him. In the dying light, he thought he saw a flicker of movement, a flash of crimson in the underbrush. His breath caught in his throat. Was it a trick of the fading light, or had the manticore found him? The sensation was primal. A deep-rooted instinct to survive surged through him. He crouched low, heart racing like a wild stallion, listening intently. The world faded away, and all he could focus on was the sound. A low growl rippled through the hush, a sound that sent every hair on his body standing on end. The darkness seemed to pulse, alive and hungry. Sweat dripped from his brow as the shadows deepened around him. Then, in a heartbeat, it lunged from the underbrush. The manticore emerged, its horrific silhouette framed against the dimming sky. Arash's breath hitched as the beast's eyes locked onto his, a gaze that pierced through the very marrow of his bones. The creature's human-like features twisted into a cruel semblance of a smirk, revealing rows of sharp, glistening teeth that gleamed like polished knives. Instinct took over. Arash turned and ran, his feet pounding against the earth, a frantic rhythm that matched the thunder of his heart. He could feel the ground tremble beneath him, each step echoing the desperation of his flight. The manticore was behind him, an embodiment of nightmares, its growls mixing with the sound of his own breath, sharp, gasping, desperate. Branches clawed at his skin as he dashed through the trees, but there was no time to feel pain. He could hear the soft thud of paws behind him, closing in. He could imagine the beast salivating, savoring the scent of its prey. Arash's mind raced, trying to remember the tales of old. Myths spoke of an ancient sword, the only weapon known to drive the manticore back into the shadows. But where was it? His head spun with fear and the adrenaline that threatened to spill over. He stumbled upon a clearing, moonlight spilling like silver across the ground. There, to his right, half buried in the soil, was a glint of metal. The sword! He lunged for it, digging with desperate fingers, his heart racing against the impending doom. As he grasped the hilt, he could feel a surge of power flood through him. The legends were true. This was the weapon of the ancients, crafted to protect the innocent from the horrors of the night. But there was no time for hesitation. The manticore emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger. With a guttural roar, it charged, claws extended, ready to strike. Arash felt every instinct scream at him to flee, yet he stood firm, the sword's weight grounding him. He lifted it, heart pounding like a war drum. The clash of fate hung in the air, a moment suspended in time. Arash knew he faced not just the beast, but the darkness that threatened to swallow his very soul. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath, and then the clash erupted, echoing through the night. The manticore lunged with deadly grace, and Arash found himself caught in a whirlwind of raw terror and fierce determination, fighting not just for his life, but for the very essence of humanity against the monstrous tide. The struggle had just begun. In the shadowy streets of 16th-century Prague, whispers of ancient magic hung in the air like a thick fog. The chilling night clung to the stones of the ghetto, where despair and hope collided in the hearts of its inhabitants. An unseen force stirred, a being of clay and spirit, waiting for the moment to rise and respond to their cries. This was the golem, a creation born from the hands of Rabbi Judah Low, a man of profound wisdom and deep faith. As the clock struck midnight, a surge of energy pulsed through the cobblestone alleyways, and the golem began to stir. Crafted from the earth, molded by human hands, he stood tall and lifeless, awaiting the sacred word that would breathe life into his clay form. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, as if the very air knew that something extraordinary was about to unfold. But what lay ahead? Was the golem to be a guardian, a protector of the weak, or was he destined to become a monster, a terrifying embodiment of man's hubris? Rabbi Low's heart raced as he recalled the legends that surrounded this creation, a being endowed with strength but devoid of understanding. Would he bring salvation or destruction? As dawn broke, the golem, now animated, lumbered into the streets, his massive figure instantly striking fear and awe into the hearts of the people. The Jewish community, beleaguered by persecution, dared to hope. Could this creature be their champion against the harsh realities of life? He moved gracefully despite his size, a gentle giant with an unyielding determination etched into his every movement. But the golem was not just a puppet for the rabbi's will. A glimmer of awareness flickered in his eyes, a spark of something dangerously human. The townsfolk marveled at his extraordinary feats. He rescued children from raging fires and defended the ghetto against violent mobs. Yet, with every act of heroism, the shadows grew longer, creeping closer to their sanctuary. Secrets of the golem's creation lingered in the air. The words that animated him, emet, meaning truth, were engraved on his forehead, a constant reminder of his purpose. But what happens when the truth becomes obscured by fear? The rabbi worried that without guidance the golem could be swayed to unleash wrath rather than justice. His hands trembled as he recalled the stories of other creations gone wrong. A beautiful dream could swiftly transform into a terrifying nightmare. One fateful evening, the golem was summoned to protect against a mob that threatened to invade the ghetto. As the angry shouts echoed through the night, the golem stepped forward, his presence a wall of solid clay. The mob, eyes wild and hearts filled with rage, faltered as they gazed upon him. With one swift movement he charged, protecting the innocent, but at what cost? The ground shook beneath his heavy feet, and the air filled with the cries of men who were no match for his strength. In that moment, the line blurred between savior and beast. With each strike, the golem's actions became more primal, driven by the raw instinct to protect, yet tinged with an unsettling violence. The rabbi, watching from the shadows, felt a chill run down his spine. What if this protector, born from love and hope, became a creature of fear, a monster sculpted from humanity's darkest impulses? The people cheered for their savior, yet unease settled like ash in their hearts. The golem stood tall, but with each victory the rabbi felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, a crushing burden that threatened to suffocate. In the days that followed, whispers of unease grew louder. The golem, who had once been a symbol of protection, began to instill terror. With no true understanding of mercy or restraint, he acted on instinct alone. In his quest to defend, he became a force that could not be controlled. The results were devastating. An innocent caught in the crossfire, a fight escalated beyond reason. The very people he swore to protect feared him more than their oppressors. Rabbi Lu, grappling with the enormity of his creation, turned to ancient texts, seeking answers. "What have I done?" he whispered into the stillness of the night. The echoes of his thoughts resonated deep within him. Was it arrogance that spurred him to give life to clay? Had he played God and unwittingly unleashed a darkness that now loomed over their fragile existence? As the moon crested over the rooftops, the rabbi's heart was heavy with the knowledge that perhaps the golem was not just a protector, but also a monster lurking just beneath the surface. The shadow of his creation loomed large, casting doubt on the very essence of faith and hope. With each passing day, the conflict deepened. The golem roamed the streets, searching for threats, his features hardening with each confrontation. Desperation clawed at the rabbi's soul. He realized that the golem needed a command, a way to restore balance, but the words to bind such power eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. In a dimly lit room, the rabbi sank to his knees, praying for guidance. The flickering candlelight danced off the walls, mocking his struggle, urging him to confront the truth. The line between good and evil began to blur in his mind, emotions swirling in a tempest of fear, hope, despair, and responsibility. The golem, his creation, his burden, had become an enigma, a reflection of humanity's deepest flaws. The streets outside buzzed with tension as the townsfolk debated their fate. Would they continue to embrace their protector, or would they turn against the very thing that had once offered them hope? The air thickened with uncertainty as the echo of the rabbi's prayers drifted into the night, mingling with the whispers of the people. The golem's fate hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of salvation and ruin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golem cast a long shadow, a reminder that even the most noble intentions could give rise to monstrous consequences. The stage was set, and the next act was waiting in the wings, a confrontation between the Creator and his creation, a battle not just for survival, but for the soul of a community lost in fear. On a chilly evening, as the fog crept over the hills, a soft figure appeared in the distance, a woman clad in flowing white, her face pale and hauntingly beautiful. For centuries, tales of this ghostly presence have sent shivers down the spines of many, leaving behind an eerie sense of longing and sorrow. The White Lady, a specter known by many names across different cultures, wanders the realms of the living, her story interwoven with love, loss, and tragedy. In the rolling hills of Scotland, near the shores of Loch Ness, there exists a legend of the White Lady of Balverde Castle. According to local lore, she was once a noblewoman who waited faithfully for her lover, a knight who never returned from battle. The whispers of her lament echo through the stone walls as she roams the castle ruins, her ghostly gown brushing against the ancient stones. On moonlit nights, some claim to hear her soft weeping, a sound so haunting it seems to stir the very air itself. Across the ocean, in the misty woodlands of New England, another White Lady haunts the lonely paths, a figure clad in white who appears near the old bridges and forgotten trails. She is said to be the spirit of a young bride, who tragically drowned on her wedding day, lost to the depths of a river that entwined her fate with the currents of sorrow. Locals tell of travelers who, upon crossing the bridge at twilight, have caught a glimpse of her silhouette, a fleeting vision of despair that sends chills racing down the spine. Those who encounter her often report a sense of overwhelming sadness, a feeling she imparts with her mere presence. In the hills of Mexico, the tale of La Llorona intertwines with the story of the White Lady. This ghostly figure, draped in a white dress, is said to wander riverbanks, calling for her lost children, with a heart-wrenching cry that resonates through the night. Her sorrowful wails echo in the dark. She is a mother, forever searching, forever lost, a representation of grief that transcends borders, binding souls in their shared pain. Those brave enough to venture near the water at night may hear her lament, a melancholic song carried by the wind, warning all of her tragic fate. Further south, in the lush landscapes of Brazil, another White Lady roams, a spirit tied to the tragic tale of love and betrayal. Legend speaks of a young woman who, after being jilted on her wedding day, wandered into the jungle, her heart heavy with despair. It is said that the earth itself mourned her loss, and over time, she became one with the forest. Visitors to these remote areas claim they can feel her presence, a rush of cold air that sends shivers down their spines as they catch a glimpse of her drifting figure among the trees. She is a spectral guardian of the lost and broken-hearted, a reminder that love can be as haunting as it is beautiful. In the serene valleys of Japan, the spirit of the White Lady takes on a different form. The yurei is a ghostly woman dressed in a white funeral kimono, often tied to the tragic tales of a life cut short. In many stories, she is a woman wronged in love, her spirit tethered to the earth by her unfulfilled desires. On nights when the moon hangs low, she can be seen wandering along the narrow paths, her hair flowing like water and her face obscured by a veil of sorrow. Those who encounter her feel a chill of dread, yet also an inexplicable urge to help her find peace. As night descends in the streets of Prague, the White Lady of the Czech Republic walks through the cobblestone alleys, her figure illuminated by the flickering lamplights. She is said to belong to a noble family, cursed to wander eternally after a betrayal that shattered her heart. The stories describe encounters with her as both terrifying and poignant. She appears before those in need, guiding them away from danger or revealing long-buried secrets. Yet, her presence is accompanied by an unsettling chill, a reminder of the pain that lingers in the shadows of the past. Even in the remote corners of Australia, tales of the White Lady persist. The Aboriginal stories recount a spirit who wanders the bushland, a woman lost to time and tragedy. She is a figure of warning, her appearance a harbinger of events yet to unfold. For those who venture too far into the wild, the sight of her gliding through the trees can send them racing back, heart pounding, as they feel the weight of her sorrow bear down upon them. Her tale serves as a whisper of caution, an echo that reverberates through the generations. In every corner of the globe, the White Lady is a symbol of lost love and unfulfilled dreams. Her ethereal presence lingers like mist, reminding those who encounter her of the fragility of life and the weight of unresolved emotions. Each story is a thread woven delicately into the fabric of history, revealing the cultural fears and hopes of those who came before. With each tale told and retold, she transforms from merely a ghostly figure into a representation of the human experience, a reminder that even in death, love endures. Those who have felt her presence often speak of the unexpected warmth that comes with the chill, a reflection of the deep connections forged through shared grief and loss. Each encounter leaves an indelible mark, a story that lives on, echoing through time. The White Lady, in her various forms, continues to captivate hearts and minds, drawing people into her realm of sorrow and beauty. As the fog settles and the night deepens, her stories linger on the lips of those who dare to share them, a reminder that sometimes the past is never truly gone. Perched high on the jagged cliffs of Japan's mountains, a shadow flits between the trees, an uncanny figure, half man, half bird. With a flash of crimson and black wings, the Tengu watches, eyes burning with a wisdom that belies its mischievous nature. The air crackles with tension, an electric pulse that seems to whisper of adventures both great and foreboding. As night falls, the forest is alive with mysteries, and the Tengu, a creature born of folklore, holds the secrets close to its heart. Once thought to be the vengeful spirits of fallen warriors, Tengu have morphed through the ages into guardians of the mountains and skilled martial artists. Legends speak of their capacity to both protect and mislead. A traveler could find a friend in a Tengu or walk unwittingly into a trap. The fine line between good and evil dances in the shadows of their wings, making each encounter a gamble. Stories echo through time, whispering of their cunning abilities to shapeshift, to become anything from a harmless monk to a fearsome beast. In the thick fog of early morning, villagers below murmur about the Tengu's latest pranks. Children hide behind their mothers, wide-eyed and filled with both fear and excitement. Some say they've seen the Tengu swoop down and steal away a rice bowl, only to return it days later, now filled with the most delectable foods. Others share tales of wandering samurai, whisked away to hidden valleys where Tengu trained them in the art of combat, their skills sharpened as if kissed by the wind itself. It's said that those who gain the Tengu's favor become warriors unmatched, but the cost is never clear. In the cool embrace of twilight, the mountains seem to hold their breath. A lone traveler named Haruto steps cautiously along a narrow path, feeling the weight of ancient eyes upon him. He has come seeking wisdom, a challenge that would earn him honor in his village. As the chill of night deepens, the trees around him grow denser, and a rustle stirs the air. The Tengu reveals itself, wings unfurling like a shadowy cloak, its beak sharp and eyes glinting with mischief. The air thickens with anticipation, and Haruto's pulse quickens, caught between fear and awe. "Who dares to tread upon my mountain?" The voice is booming yet melodic, echoing like a distant thunderstorm. Haruto, swallowing hard, replies, "It is I, Haruto, seeking strength and wisdom to defend my home. The tengu tilts its head, curiosity flickering like a candle flame. With a snap of its wings, it descends, landing gracefully before the young man. Strength, you say? But what price are you willing to pay? With every word, the tengu weaves a spell of intrigue and gravity. Haruto feels his heart race, caught in the maelstrom of the challenge. The tengu proposes a series of trials, each more daunting than the last. They move through the forest, shadows flickering as they race against the wind. Haruto feels the thrill of competition, yet uncertainty gnaws at his resolve. What if he fails? What if the tengu turns on him as stories have warned? The trials begin, each one testing not just his physical prowess but the very essence of his spirit. The first, a test of speed, sees Haruto racing against the tengu. With each flap of its wings, the creature vanishes, only to reappear moments later, a cheeky grin on its beak. Haruto feels the rush of wind at his back, his legs burning as he pushes himself to the limit. The tengu, while playing, offers a glimpse of its true power, a reminder of the fierce beauty that life holds. As they move into the night, a profound bond forms between the two. Laughter echoes through the trees, a sound so pure that it seems to awaken the very stars. Yet, lurking beneath the joy is the constant reminder of the tengu's unpredictable nature. With each challenge won, Haruto feels a deeper connection to the mountains, to the legend itself. But what awaits him at the end? The thought lingers, heavy and tantalizing. As dawn breaks over the horizon, the final trial looms. The tengu commands Haruto to summon the courage within, to confront his deepest fear. The mountains rise like titans around them, their peaks shrouded in mist. Haruto stands at the edge of a precipice, heart pounding, staring into the abyss below. The tengu, watching closely, whispers words of encouragement, yet with a hint of mischief in its tone. Face it, Haruto. Embrace the void. With a deep breath, Haruto leaps, the wind rushing past him, the ground a distant memory. Time seems to stretch, and for a fleeting moment he feels weightless, liberated from all earthly concerns. As he plummets, a surge of raw emotion fills him, the thrill of life, the pulse of courage, the essence of his struggle. And with a mighty flap of the tengu's wings, Haruto is swept up, cradled in a powerful embrace of air. Gasping with exhilaration, he finds himself back on solid ground, heart racing, eyes wide with disbelief. The tengu lands beside him, its laughter ringing like chimes in a gentle breeze. You have conquered your fear, Haruto, but remember, every victory comes with a cost. There's a weight to those words, a reminder that wisdom is often woven with sacrifice. As the sun rises, casting a golden glow over the mountains, Haruto feels changed. The tengu, now a friend and mentor, nods knowingly, its eyes reflecting the depths of countless stories untold. The bond forged in those trials runs deeper than blood, as they stand together at the precipice of legends, ready to face whatever might come next. The mountains whisper, ancient spirits flowing through the air. The adventure of Haruto and the tengu continues, a tale woven into the fabric of history, entwined with the echoes of laughter, fear, and the unbreakable bond between man and myth. And as they soar into the dawn, the world below brims with possibilities, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A chilling wind swept through the desolate valley, carrying with it whispers of ancient tales long forgotten. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, illuminating the ruins of a once thriving village. Shadows twisted and danced beneath the gnarled branches of trees that had witnessed generations come and go. Here, in this forsaken place, the name Abaddon echoed like a haunting melody, stirring the souls of those who dared to listen. Abaddon, the Lord of Destruction, was not merely a figure of folklore. He was a harbinger of doom, woven into the very fabric of human history. Legends told of his arrival in times of great upheaval, a dark force that unleashed chaos upon the world. To the ancients, he was the embodiment of the profound fears that bubbled beneath the surface of civilization, the fear of loss, of despair, of annihilation. When Abaddon appeared, it signaled an end, a reckoning where no stone was left unturned and no heart unbroken. The first whispers of Abaddon began in the depths of Mesopotamia, where scribes inscribed his name on clay tablets. He was not always seen as malevolent. In the beginning, he was regarded as a necessary force, one that could cleanse the earth of its sins. Yet, as time wore on, the stories morphed. With every calamity that befell a kingdom, every pestilence that swept through the lands, the name Abaddon became synonymous with destruction and despair. From plagues to wars, he became a shadow, lurking, waiting to strike when hope was at its lowest. In the annals of history, the destruction of the ancient city of Pompeii serves as a chilling reminder of his presence. As the volcanic ash settled, the remnants of lives frozen in time told of a vibrant community snuffed out in an instant. The echoes of laughter, of love, of dreams turned to dust, all consumed by the catastrophic force of nature. It was said that the spirit of Abaddon danced amid the ashes, reveling in the chaos he had wrought. The townsfolk had known not the wrath that awaited them, their pleas drowned out by the rumble of the earth itself. But even in the face of such despair, the stories of Abaddon did not remain confined to ancient texts. They seeped into the heart of medieval Europe, where the Black Death swept through villages like wildfire, leaving emptiness in its wake. The sick and dying cried out for salvation, yet what answered them was silence, punctuated only by the tolling of church bells mourning lives lost. Was Abaddon not merely a figure in stories, but a reflection of humanity's darkest fears? With each new plague, he grew stronger, entwining himself further into the psyche of the people, transforming the mundane into the monstrous. In the dim light of a candle, villagers would gather to share tales, their faces etched with fear and wonder. They spoke of a figure cloaked in shadows, wielding a scythe, reaping souls as if they were mere blades of grass. They whispered of how Abaddon walked among them, sometimes taking the form of a common beggar, other times manifesting as a swirling fog that blanketed the earth. It was said that those who encountered him would feel an icy grip around their hearts, a prelude to despair, a warning of the chaos about to unfold. The very air would grow thick with dread, charged with the energy of his impending arrival. The stories of Abaddon also traveled to the New World, where the indigenous tribes spoke of him in hushed tones. They believed he roamed the forests, a spirit that could bring about destruction at the drop of a hat. To cross paths with him was to invite ruin upon oneself and one's community. The tales transformed into rituals, where offerings were made to appease him, to keep his dark influence at bay. But, despite their efforts, calamity still struck. Floods, droughts, and famine would sweep across the lands, leading to the belief that Abaddon was not merely a myth, but an ever-present force that demanded respect and caution. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the earth, the stories of Abaddon stirred both terror and fascination. He was a paradox, both feared and revered, a necessary evil that forced humanity to confront its frailties. Legends spoke of chosen ones, those tasked with facing Abaddon to stand against the tide of destruction. Yet even they faltered, for how could one battle a force that was as old as time itself? In a remote village, an old woman sat by the fire, her eyes glinting with the wisdom of ages. She told of a brave young man who ventured into the mountains to confront the Lord of Destruction. He believed he could bargain with Abaddon, to understand the pain that drove him. Armed with nothing but a heart full of hope, he journeyed through the treacherous terrain, each step echoing with the tales of those who had tried and failed before him. The winds howled in protest, warning him that he was heading toward his doom. When he finally faced Abaddon, the sky turned dark and the air crackled with electricity. The two stood across from each other, the young man trembling yet resolute. "Why do you bring destruction?" he shouted into the void. But Abaddon merely smiled, a grin that sent shivers down the spine. "Destruction is but a part of creation," he replied, his voice like thunder. In that moment, the boundaries between hope and despair blurred, and the young man understood that to confront Abaddon was to confront the very essence of life itself. As the story unfolded, the villagers watched, breathless, hanging on every word. They felt the young man's heartbeat quicken, mirrored in their own chests. The tension hung thick in the air, a reminder that the legacy of Abaddon did not rest solely in the annals of history. It lived on, breathing through every whisper of wind, every crack of thunder, a testament to the fragility of existence. And somewhere beyond the veil of perception, as the old woman spoke, Abaddon watched, waiting, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, ready to write the next chapter in the tapestry of human fate. A chill crept across the land, settling like a heavy fog over the jagged cliffs of Norway's coastline. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay, a reminder of the ancient battles fought on these shores. It was here, beneath the earth, where the Draugr lay in wait, their hollow eyes glowing with an unnatural light. These were not mere myths whispered among campfires. They were once proud warriors, cursed to protect their treasures for eternity, trapped between life and death. The Draugr were feared. Stories of their ghastly presence haunted the villages, told in hushed tones as children gathered around flickering flames. Legends spoke of their strength, greater than that of living men, and of their ability to rise from their graves, shrouded in a mist that carried the stench of the grave. The sound of their footsteps echoed like thunderclaps, a warning to those who dared trespass upon their sacred grounds. One night, under a moon that hung low in the sky like a watchful guardian, a group of adventurous souls set out toward the crumbling ruins of an ancient burial mound. They were drawn by tales of hidden treasures, gold glittering beneath layers of earth, guarded by the undead. Each step closer to the mound sent shivers down their spines, the tales of the Draugr weaving through their minds like shadows dancing at the edge of their vision. As they approached the mound, the moonlight shimmered off the stones, casting eerie shapes that twisted and morphed into what seemed like countless hands reaching out from the earth, begging to be freed. The bravest among them, a young warrior named Eric, led the way. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and dread, knowing full well the risks of disturbing the slumber of the undead guardian. With bated breath, they began to dig, the sound of metal scraping against stone reverberating through the stillness of the night. With each scrape, the fear of awakening the Draugr clung to them like a second skin. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from within the mound, a sound that felt like the earth itself was protesting against their intrusion. They froze, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Then, with a deafening crack, the stone lid of the burial chamber shifted, revealing a dark abyss. A foul wind burst forth, carrying the chill of the grave and the scent of something long dead. The moonlight could not penetrate the darkness that lay within, but from that void, a figure began to emerge. Clad in tattered armor that had once glimmered with the glory of battle, the Draugr rose with a terrible grace. Its skin was a sickly gray, and its eyes burned like embers, filled with rage and sorrow. The air crackled with tension as the villagers stumbled back, fear flooding their hearts. Eric, though paralyzed by terror, felt an unshakable bond with the Draugr. This creature was once a man, a warrior like himself, who had fought bravely in life. But now it stood as a guardian, bound to protect its treasures from the avarice of the living. With a guttural growl, the Draugr stepped forward, its heavy footfalls echoing in the silence. It raised a bony hand, pointing a skeletal finger at Eric as if challenging him. The young warrior felt his blood run cold, the weight of the ancient curse pressing down upon him. In that moment, he understood that the draugr was not merely a guardian of gold, but a keeper of secrets, a symbol of the honor that had once defined its life. As the creature advanced, Eric's mind raced with the stories he had heard, tales of how the draugr could drain the life from a living man, how their breath could bring forth a wave of decay. Yet, he also remembered the honor of those who had fallen in battle, the fierce loyalty they had to their kin, and the reasons they fought so bravely. With an unexpected surge of courage, Eric stepped forward, his voice trembling but resolute. "I do not seek to take what is not mine," he cried, the words spilling from his lips like an incantation. "I honor your sacrifice. I seek only to understand the tales of your life, to remember the glory of your deeds." The draugr paused, its gaze piercing through Eric, searching for truth in the boy's trembling heart. For a moment, the tension between them hung in the air, palpable and fraught with unspoken understanding. The other villagers watched, hearts pounding, breaths hailed in a collective gasp as the wind shifted, carrying with it the faint echoes of an ancient battle, a clash of swords, the cries of warriors, the sounds of honor and betrayal. Eric could almost hear the stories woven into the very fabric of the draugr's being. He felt the weight of its sorrow, the burden of its loyalty to the life it had lost. His heart ached with empathy. He could see the warrior beneath the monster, a soul trapped in a curse that bound it to this forsaken mound. With a sudden burst of fervor, the draugr let out a roar that shook the very ground they stood upon. The villagers staggered back, terror clawing at their throats, but Eric remained rooted to the spot, staring into the fiery gaze of the undead guardian. He saw not just a monster, but a figure of tragedy, a symbol of what happens when honor turns to obsession, when the line between life and death blurs. As the draugr lunged forward, Eric's heartbeat thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder of his own mortality. The air crackled with danger, the darkness swirling around them like a tempest. Yet, within that storm, a flicker of hope ignited, an understanding that perhaps, just perhaps, the draugr was not merely a beast to be feared, but a being longing for recognition, for remembrance. With a fierce resolve, Eric shouted once more, "Let us tell your story. Let us honor you not as a creature of fear, but as a guardian of history." His words hung in the air, an offering to the draugr, a bridge between life and death, a plea for peace amidst the chaos. For a heartbeat, the world stood still. The draugr hesitated, its rage faltering, replaced by something deeper, curiosity, perhaps even a glimmer of hope. The villagers, still trembling, exchanged glances, sensing the shift in the air as the weight of their fear began to lift. They had come seeking treasure, but what they had found was something far more valuable, a connection to the past, a chance to heal old wounds and honor those who came before them. The night, once filled with dread, transformed into something surreal. The draugr, still fierce, now bore the weight of a story waiting to be told. Eric stood firm, heart racing, as he felt the essence of ancient battles swirling around them, beckoning them to listen, to remember, to share in the legacy of the draugr. It was in that moment, with the moon casting a ghostly glow over the scene, that the boundaries of life and death began to blur, and the true treasure of the mound revealed itself, an opportunity for understanding and redemption. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the shimmering waters of the rivers that snake through Central Africa. In the fading light, shadows danced playfully on the surface, whispering tales of spirits and magic. It was here, amidst the thick foliage and the gentle lull of the water, that the Jengu emerged, a force both mesmerizing and terrifying. The stories of these water spirits, celebrated and feared, lingered like the sweet scent of blooming flowers, tantalizing the senses and igniting the imagination. In the quiet villages along the rivers, women gathered to share their worries and hopes, their voices a soft melody carried by the wind. They spoke of the Jengu, spirits who resided in the depths of the water, their shimmering forms gliding gracefully through the currents. The Jengu were known to bring healing and misfortune, their moods as unpredictable as the rivers themselves. When the rains were plentiful, the spirits were said to be content, blessing the land with abundance. But when drought struck, fear filled the air, for it was believed that the Jengu had turned their backs on the people, angry and vengeful. In one such village, nestled between the banks of the river and the dense forest, lived a young girl named Moya. Her laughter echoed like a song through the trees, but it was tinged with an unshakable curiosity about the water spirits. Moya often found herself wandering to the river's edge, her bare feet sinking into the cool mud as she leaned closer to the water. She longed to see the Jengu, to touch the magic that flowed just beneath the surface. Her elders warned her, cautioning that the spirits were not to be trifled with. They may lure you in with their beauty, they said, but their depths hold secrets that can drown even the strongest of souls. One sultry afternoon, as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, Moya ventured to the river once again. The air crackled with tension, and the winds whispered warnings through the leaves. But the pull of the water was stronger than her fear. She knelt by the river, peering into the murky depths. The water rippled, and for a moment she thought she saw a figure, a shimmering form, glistening like liquid silver. Her heart raced. It was then that she felt the chill of fear and excitement tangle within her chest. "Jengu," she called, her voice wavering but filled with determination. "Show yourself." The water shimmered, and a soft laugh echoed back, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Moya's heart thumped wildly as the surface broke, revealing a delicate figure with skin like polished jade and hair that flowed like strands of seaweed. The Jengu smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief, but beneath her beauty lay an ancient power that sent shivers down Moya's spine. "Why do you seek me, child?" the spirit asked, her voice a melody that wrapped around Moya like a warm embrace. Moya stuttered, words tumbling from her lips in a rush. "I want to know you. I want to understand your magic." The Jengu's laughter filled the air, sweet yet haunting. "Magic comes at a price, little one. Are you willing to pay?" Suddenly the sky darkened and the first drops of rain began to fall, heavy and cold. Moya felt a shift in the air, a charge of energy that crackled like electricity. The Jengu's expression changed, her playful demeanor turning serious. "There is a balance to be maintained," she warned. "The waters must flow freely, and the people must honor the spirits. Will you help restore this balance?" Before Moya could respond, the river surged violently, pulling her closer to the edge. The Jengu reached out, her fingers brushing against Moya's arm, and in an instant, visions flooded Moya's mind. She saw drought-stricken fields, villagers struggling for survival, and the Jengu weeping for their plight. The pain was palpable, and Moya felt the tears stream down her cheeks as she understood the weight of the spirit's burden. "Please, I will help," Moya cried out, desperation lacing her voice. The Jengu nodded, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Then listen closely, child. Gather the villagers and bring them to the riverbank at dawn. Together, we will perform a ritual to honor the spirits and ask for their forgiveness." With a wave of her hand, the water calmed, swirling gently around Moya. The Jengu's figure began to fade, but her voice lingered. "Remember, Moya, the waters are both a gift and a curse. Respect them, and they will reward you." Moya stumbled back from the river, her heart pounding, her mind racing with the enormity of what she had just experienced. The villagers needed to know. She dashed through the village, her voice rising above the clamor of evening chores. "Come, we must gather at the river." Confusion and curiosity filled the air as they followed her, their faces a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. As she reached the riverbank, the horizon began to lighten, streaks of dawn painting the sky with promise. With trembling hands, Moya prepared for the ritual, guided by the Jengu's words echoing in her mind. The villagers formed a circle, their eyes wide with anticipation. Moya began to chant, calling the spirits with all her heart. The air thickened with energy, and the water shimmered in response, a vibrant dance of colors swirling beneath the surface. The Jengu appeared once more, her form radiant and powerful, as if summoned by the very essence of the river itself. As the villagers joined in, their voices united in song, the river swelled, a living entity responding to their call. The ground trembled slightly, and an electric pulse surged through the air. Moya could feel it, a connection that tied them all together, human and spirit. The Jengu's eyes sparkled with approval, and Moya knew they had crossed a threshold, one that would forever change their relationship with the waters. But in that moment of unity, a dark shadow flickered at the edges of the circle, a warning that something was stirring deep within the heart of the river. The Jengu's smile faltered, her gaze turning serious once more. "You have begun to restore balance, but be vigilant. Dark forces watch, and they will not take kindly to your efforts." The villagers exchanged anxious glances, the tension palpable as they felt the shift in the air. Moya's heart raced as she realized the gravity of their actions. The Jengu faded back into the depths, leaving behind a lingering sense of urgency, a reminder that their journey had only begun. The sun broke free from the horizon, casting its warm light over the river, but shadows lingered, hinting at the challenges yet to come. The tale of the Jengu was woven into the fabric of their lives, and now it was up to Moya and her village to navigate the delicate balance between the human world and the spirits who dwelled beneath the waters. The river whispered secrets, and in its depths lay a destiny waiting to unfold. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the dense Angolan jungle, where shadows danced beneath the towering trees. A hush fell over the land, wrapping everything in a blanket of unspoken history and hidden fears. In this eerie stillness, the folklore of the Kishi stirred, its whispers echoing through the ages, threatening to awaken something fearsome and captivating. In a village bathed in the gleam of flickering fires, the elders would sit, their voices low and gravelly, recounting the tale of the Kishi, a creature said to embody both man and beast, cruelty and charm. It was a story that strummed the strings of hearts, igniting both fear and fascination. The Kishi was said to have two faces, one, a handsome visage adorned with captivating features, and the other, a ghastly countenance, a mask of terror that sent chills down the spine. Villagers believed it roamed the night, seducing young women with its alluring charm before revealing its true nature, devouring their souls. As the fires crackled, young eyes widened in horror and awe, the warmth of the flames contrasting starkly with the cold dread creeping into their hearts. They could almost see him, the Kishi, emerging from the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness yet shimmering with an irresistible glow. "Beware, the Kishi," the elders warned, their fingers pointing toward the moonlit path that wound through the forest. "He walks among us, always hungry, always watching." Centuries ago, before the world had changed, before the whispers of colonialism swept through the land, the Kishi was a creature of the night, a guardian of hidden secrets. Legends spoke of times when the people lived in harmony with nature, when the balance between man and beast was sacred. But with every tale, a darkness seeped in, twisting the Kishi's essence. A tragic figure emerged, reflecting the fears and desires of the people, a reminder of the consequences of straying from their ancestral paths. One stormy night, a young woman named Mai was drawn into the forest by the haunting melody of a flute. The wind howled, and the trees swayed ominously as she followed the sound, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and fear. She knew the tales, she had heard the warnings. Yet curiosity gripped her, pulling her deeper into the woods where shadows loomed larger and the air felt thick with magic. Suddenly, she found herself in a clearing, a place where the moonlight broke through the canopy, illuminating a figure standing before her. It was the Kishi, a vision of beauty draped in a cloak of night. His eyes sparkled with an alluring light, and his smile revealed a charm that promised adventure and passion. Mo felt a pull, an inexplicable connection, as if the very fabric of her being yearned for him. "Come closer," he beckoned, his voice smooth as silk, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. "Do not fear me, for I am the keeper of desires." But as she stepped forward, the air grew heavy with an unseen dread. The Kishi's second face flickered into view, a grotesque mask that radiated malice and hunger. The transformation was swift, like a thunderclap shattering the calm of the night. Mun stumbled back, her heart racing as the beauty faded, revealing the beast lurking behind the charm. She saw the truth. The Kishi was a predator, a creature that thrived on the dreams and fears of those who dared to draw near. In that moment, the jungle seemed to come alive with whispers, the voices of those who had fallen victim to the Kishi surfacing in a chorus of mournful cries. They spoke of lost dreams, of lives consumed by the monster's insatiable hunger. "Run, mine," they pleaded, their echoes intertwining with the rustling leaves. "You must not become another offering to the beast." With a surge of adrenaline, Mine turned and fled, her feet pounding against the earth, the sound echoing like a drumbeat of desperation. The Kishi followed, the seductive melody now a haunting cacophony that filled the air, wrapping around her like a noose. Each step felt heavier, the darkness clawing at her heels, but she refused to look back. The night burst with energy. Alive with her fear, her heart pounding as she raced through the underbrush. The elder's warnings flooded her mind, tales of how the Kishi would trap the unwary, promising love and adventure while hiding its true nature. They had told her of those who had danced with the devil, only to vanish into the night, their laughter replaced by silence. And now she was among them, the beast hot on her trail. Suddenly, she stumbled into a clearing where the trees parted, revealing a river glimmering under the moonlight. Exhausted and terrified, Mon stared into the water, the surface trembling with her reflection. The Kishi emerged from the shadows, his handsome face once again masking the horror behind. "You cannot escape, sweet Mai," he taunted, his voice echoing like a menacing lullaby. "You're mine now, body and soul." Desperation clawed at her heart as she understood the truth. The Kishi would not rest until he claimed her completely. In that moment, Man grasped the weight of her people's stories, the history of loss and betrayal that had shaped them. She could not allow herself to become another victim. A story told around flickering fires, a name whispered in fear. With a fierce determination, she plunged into the river, the cold water enveloping her as she fought against the current. The Kishi roared behind her, a sound that echoed with rage, blending with the ancient rhythms of the forest. His two faces merged into one monstrous vision of fury and despair, but Mai pressed on, propelled by both fear and hope. As she swam deeper into the river, the whispers of her ancestors filled her ears. "Fight, Mai! Fight for your freedom!" Their voices surged around her, intertwining with the water as if the very spirits of the jungle were aiding her escape. The moon shone brightly overhead, illuminating the struggle between light and darkness, a battle as old as time itself. The Kishi raged at the riverbank, his presence a dark cloud looming above the water, but Mai would not yield. She knew that this was more than her life at stake. It was the future of her people, the stories yet to be written, the struggle against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. And as she fought against the current, the Kishi's haunting melody faded into the night, leaving only the echoes of ancient tales that continued to weave through the fabric of time, always waiting, always watching. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village. Lanterns flickered to life, their soft light trembling against the encroaching darkness. Children's laughter echoed through the streets, a stark contrast to the whispers of fear that lingered in the shadows. Tonight was the eve of the Lunar New Year, a night steeped in celebration and rich traditions. Yet, lurking just beyond the edges of the festivities was a terror that had haunted the villagers for centuries: the Nian. Every year, as the clock inched closer to midnight, tales of the monstrous beast would weave their way through the crowd. The Nian was no mere creature. It was a towering figure of nightmares, covered in matted fur, its eyes glowing like fiery coals. It roamed the mountains and forests, waiting for the new year to emerge from its lair. Villagers spoke of how it had an insatiable hunger for misfortune, particularly drawn to children and livestock, leaving behind nothing but destruction in its wake. As the clock struck 12, the festivities would reach their peak. Fireworks would shatter the sky, filling the night with brilliant colors and explosive sounds meant to scare the beast away. People would bang pots and pans, their clattering echoing through the village like a desperate heartbeat. The air would thrum with anticipation, a palpable fear dancing on the edges of their joy. For each burst of light that illuminated the night, every crackle and pop served as a reminder of the ancient beast that awaited them. Among the throng of excited villagers was a young boy named Lee. He stood at the edge of the crowd, his wide eyes absorbing the chaos around him, but his heart was heavy with worry. His grandmother had shared the old tales with him, stories passed down through generations. She had warned him of the Nian and how it sought to devour the unwary. "Stay close to home, Lee," she had said, her voice trembling, "and remember that it fears the color red, loud noises, and bright lights." The flicker of the lanterns and the sound of laughter began to fade into a distant echo as the night deepened. Lee glanced toward the mountains, their jagged peaks silhouetted against the moonlit sky. He could feel a shiver creep down his spine, an unsettling sense that something was watching him. The villagers' laughter began to rise and fall like waves, each wave crashing harder against the jagged rocks of his anxiety. Then, amidst the gaiety of the celebration, a sudden stillness blanketed the village. The fireworks paused, and the laughter faded into a hush that felt ominously heavy. Lee's heart raced as he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. It was a sound like thunder, deep and resonating, that seemed to shake the very air around him. A chill swept through the crowd as they turned toward the mountains, their faces etched with fear. From the shadows of the trees emerged a figure, massive and terrifying. The Nian had come. Its eyes glimmered with malice and its jagged teeth glistened like blades under the moonlight. The moment felt suspended in time, as though the world held its breath, waiting for the beast to make its move. Children clutched their parents, and the air was thick with dread, a taste of iron on their tongues. A sudden burst of sound shattered the dim air. The villagers erupted into action, banging pots and pans with a frantic energy, their voices rising in desperate chants. The noise grew louder, a cacophony meant to drown out the growing darkness. Lee's heart pounded in rhythm with the chaos, but even amidst the terror, a flicker of bravery ignited within him. He remembered his grandmother's words. He grabbed a handful of firecrackers and rushed toward the center of the village where the elders stood, their faces pale with fear. "We must fight back," Lee cried out, his voice trembling but firm. He lit the firecrackers, the sparks flying wildly as the loud pops erupted in the silence. The Nian paused, its massive head turning toward the sound, confusion crossing its monstrous features. The villagers joined Lee, each creating a symphony of noise that echoed through the night. The bright flashes of light from the fireworks illuminated the beast, revealing its fearsome form in all its terrifying glory. The Nian roared, a guttural sound that sent tremors through the ground, but the villagers stood their ground, hearts pounding but resolute. They surrounded the beast, their red banners waving like flames in the wind, their shouts drowning out the fear that threatened to consume them. The noise grew louder, a crescendo of bravery rising against the beast's ancient terror. The Nian hesitated, its fiery eyes darting from villager to villager, confusion morphing into a flicker of fear. It had not anticipated this united front. this defiance embodied in every heart that beat for the new year. Lee felt the rush of adrenaline, the thrill of standing against the monster that had haunted his dreams. He threw another firecracker, the explosion ringing triumphantly in the air. The neon recoiled, its instincts screaming at it to retreat. The villagers pressed forward, their courage ignited by the very fear that once paralyzed them. They were not just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for their families, their homes, for the promise of a new year free from the shadow of the beast. The night was alive with chaos and bravery, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the sweet scent of triumph. It was a battle of will, of light against darkness, of hope against fear. As the Nyan staggered back, the fearsome creature was trapped in a world it had once dominated. It realized that the true power lay not in its monstrous form, but in the unity and courage of the villagers standing against it. Yet, in the back of Lee's mind, a new fear emerged. What if the neon was only retreating, biding its time until the next new year? What if the legends were true and a new terror was yet to come? The villagers cheered, their voices rising in celebration, but the ominous weight of the night lingered in the air, a reminder that the beast was not truly vanquished. As the neon turned and fled back into the depths of the mountains, the villagers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. But the shadows danced eerily, and the night felt charged with an unanswered question, a haunting whisper that echoed through the laughter and joy. Would the neon return next year, and would they be ready? The festivities continued, but in the hearts of the villagers a sliver of uncertainty remained, waiting for the next dark chapter to unfold. The new year had arrived, but the beast was still out there, lurking, watching, and waiting. The sky was a canvas of darkness, punctuated by the cold glimmer of stars that flickered like distant candles. But among those stars lurked something much more sinister, shadows that loomed larger than life. In the ancient minds of the Aztecs, the Tzitzimitl were not mere stories to frighten children. They were real. Formidable entities that danced dangerously close to humanity's fragile existence. These were the star demons, embodiments of chaos and destruction, whose mere presence could send a chill down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Legends say that during the sacred festivals, when the sun dipped low and the night enveloped the earth, the Tzitzimitl would awaken from their cosmic slumber. Their howls echoed through the heavens, a haunting symphony of despair that struck fear into the hearts of men. Parents whispered warnings to their children, urging them to stay close, for the Tzitzimitl were said to descend from the heavens to snatch away the unwary. Those unfortunate enough to cross their path would be pulled into the cold embrace of darkness, never to be seen again. Unlike many other deities in the Aztec pantheon, the Tzitzimitl were not revered. They were feared. Their skeletal forms were depicted with elongated limbs and sharp claws, adorned with the jagged rays of the stars themselves. They were said to wear crowns of bones, the remains of fallen souls, and their eyes glowed with a malevolent light, like twin suns that threatened to consume the unprepared. In the mythology of the Aztecs, they were the bringers of night, the harbingers of calamity, and the very essence of the unknown. As dusk approached, the air thickened with tension. Priests adorned in intricate feathered headdresses would prepare offerings, not out of reverence, but in desperation. They knew that the Tzitzimitl thrived on chaos, reaping offerings like a farmer harvests ripe fruit. The clattering of stones, the crackling of wood, and the scent of burning copal filled the air as rituals unfolded, each gesture steeped in meaning. As sacrifices were made, the priests would chant, their voices trembling with both hope and fear, hoping to placate the star demons while praying for protection from their wrath. In the shadows of the pyramids, the stories were passed from one generation to the next, growing richer with each retelling. Children huddled close to their elders, their wide eyes reflecting the shimmering stars above, while the flickering flames of the bonfire danced like spirits caught between worlds. Tales of warriors who had faced the Tzitzimidal in battle surfaced, their voices quaking with the memory of those encounters. The air seemed to thrum with energy, as if the very fabric of reality quaked with the presence of something powerful and menacing. But the Tzitzimito were not just myth. Their influence seeped into the daily lives of the Aztecs. Farmers would look to the skies, dreading the ominous clouds that hinted at storms, knowing that the demons could bring ruin to their crops. During the darkest nights, when the moon hid behind thick layers of clouds, whispers of the Tzitzimidal filled the air, warning of impending doom. The stars, once seen as guides, became ominous markers of fate, shifting from protectors to predators. There was a particular night, laden with the weight of prophecy, when the air crackled with anticipation. The people gathered at the base of the Great Pyramid, eyes turned skyward, searching the heavens for signs. The stars shimmered, almost teasingly, as if the Tzitzimidal were playing a game with mortals. Suddenly, a chill swept through the crowd, a frigid breath of air that stole warmth and comfort. Gasps rose like a tide as shadows flitted across the starry expanse, sinister silhouettes weaving through the cosmos. The ground trembled as a figure emerged from the darkness, a Tzitzimidal in all its horrific glory. Its elongated limbs swayed with an unnatural grace, and its eyes burned with an insatiable hunger. The crowd fell silent, the only sound the pounding of hearts and the rustle of feathers as the priests clutched their offerings tightly, their faces pale with dread. The demon hovered above them, casting a long shadow that swallowed the light, and in that moment every soul felt the weight of its gaze. What would happen next? Would the Tzitzimidal take their offerings and withdraw, allowing the sun to rise again? Or would they feast on the fear that hung thick in the air, dragging countless souls into the abyss? The tension was palpable, and every breath felt like a prayer, a desperate plea to the universe for mercy. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. It came from a boy, no older than 10, who stood frozen in fear, his eyes wide with terror. The Tzitzimidal turned its gaze upon him, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Everyone watched, hearts pounding in unison as the air danced with an electric energy. What would happen when darkness met innocence? In that heart-stopping moment, the Tzitzimidal's clawed hand stretched out toward the boy, fingers curling like vines ready to ensnare. The crowd surged forward, a wave of desperation, cries of warning spilling from their lips. But the boy's fate was entwined with that of the Tzitzimidal, an unbreakable bond forged in the depths of fear. Would he be the next soul to feed the darkness, or would something miraculous occur? The stars twinkled above, blinking in a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the world. Time seemed to warp as the line between reality and nightmare blurred. People held their breath, the anticipation coiling tighter and tighter within them, until it felt like the very fabric of the night would tear apart. And just as it seemed the boy would be consumed, a bright light erupted from the center of the crowd, a brilliant flash that pierced the darkness. The Tzitzimidal recoiled, its sinister form momentarily illuminated, revealing its skeletal visage in horrifying detail. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd as the boy stood unharmed, a protective glow surrounding him. The standoff between light and shadow intensified, and the Tzitzimidal, momentarily stunned, hesitated in its pursuit. The tension twisted and turned, drawing everyone into a vortex of emotions: fear, hope, and the primal instinct to survive. The air thickened with uncertainty, as even the bravest among them could feel the grip of fate tightening around their throats. Would the light hold against the darkness? Would the Tzitzimidal retreat? Or would they unleash their fury upon the earth? As the standoff stretched on, one truth remained clear. The night was far from over, and the dance of light and shadow promised to unfold in ways that no one could imagine. The Tzitzimidal had awoken, and the ancient tales of their wrath were about to be written anew in the stars above. On a night when the moon hung low and fat in the sky, casting silver beams that danced upon the waves, the air thickened with an ancient energy. From the hills of Maui to the shores of Oahu, whispers rustled like leaves in the wind, carrying tales of a time long past. The night marchers were stirring, and to be caught in their path was a fate that brought chill even to the bravest of hearts. As the sun slipped behind the horizon, shadows stretched and mingled, creating a tapestry of darkness that cloaked the islands in an eerie silence. The locals knew that when the drums began to beat, low and resonant, echoing through the valleys, the night marchers were on their way. These ghostly warriors, said to be the spirits of fallen chiefs and their loyal soldiers, marched with a purpose that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to witness their procession. Legends spoke of how the night marchers roamed, seeking vengeance for past wrongs or simply wandering the paths they once knew. Their presence was marked by a deep rumble of the earth, a sound of approaching feet that felt like thunder. Villagers would warn their children to stay indoors, to hide beneath blankets and hold their breath, for crossing paths with these spectral figures could mean certain doom. When their torches flickered through the mist and their chants rose like a haunting melody, one could feel the air itself shift, heavy with the weight of history. On one particularly moonlit night, a group of curious teens gathered near a lone koa tree, daring each other to venture closer to the rumored haunted trails. Laughter bubbled from their lips, masking the undercurrent of fear that tugged at their hearts. They shared tales of the night marchers, how they could see the warriors adorned in feather capes, their eyes glowing with a fierce light, and how the faint echo of ancient chants could be heard in the rustling grass. As they ventured deeper into the brush, the laughter faded, replaced by the unmistakable sound of drums. It was distant at first, a soft thrum that beckoned them. The teens exchanged nervous glances, their bravado faltering as the rhythmic beat intensified, seeming to wrap around them like a shroud. The air grew dense, electric with an unshakable energy that wrapped around their throats, squeezing tightly. Then came the flickering lights, soft and glowing, illuminating the pathway ahead. Unseen eyes watched from the shadows, and the chill of night wrapped around them like a cold embrace. One boy, trembling with a mix of terror and fascination, whispered, "What if they're really here?" But even as he spoke, the others felt the pull of curiosity outweighing their fear. They pressed on, hearts racing, breath quickening. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a mournful cry that echoed through the trees, a sound that seemed to come from the very earth itself. It was a call to arms, a call from the past. The teens froze, their limbs heavy with dread. The drums now thundered as if the ground beneath was alive, vibrating with the beat of ancient feet. From the shadows emerged figures, cloaked in mist, their forms shifting and swirling like smoke caught in a gentle breeze. The sight was mesmerizing and terrifying all at once. The night marchers, ghostly warriors, their faces stark and pale, glimmering like the moon's reflection on the ocean. They marched in formation, a haunting yet beautiful spectacle that seemed to suspend time itself. Each warrior carried a torch that illuminated their fierce expressions, determined and unyielding. Instinctively, the teens wanted to flee, to run from the sight that no mortal eyes were meant to witness. But their feet felt glued to the earth, caught in the web of history that played out before them. The warriors, seemingly unaware of the living, moved with a purpose, their chants resounding, a language both foreign and familiar, echoing through the valleys like a forgotten lullaby. Suddenly, the leader of the night marchers, a figure more imposing than the others, raised a spear high, and the sound of the drums escalated to a fever pitch. The air crackled with energy, and the teens felt it course through their veins. One girl, overcome with fear, began to back away, her heart pounding like thunder in her chest. She whispered for the others to leave, but the spell of the night marchers held them captive. Dread clawed at their minds as they realized the implications of their presence. The stories had warned of the consequences of crossing paths with the night marchers. Some said that to witness them was a blessing, but others spoke of misfortune, a curse for those who dared to intrude. As the procession continued, the winds picked up, swirling around them with a fierce intensity. The teens huddled together, driven by the primal instinct of survival. Each warrior seemed to carry the weight of history, the sorrow of battles fought and lives lost. The mournful chants grew louder, rising and falling like waves upon the shore, pulling at their very souls. Then a sudden silence blanketed the scene, an eerie pause that felt heavy with anticipation. The night marchers halted, their eyes now fixated on the group of living mortals. Time seemed to stand still, and the world around them faded into a haunting void. A single heartbeat echoed in the silence. The teens could feel their own pulse, racing in sync with the rhythm of the drums. In that moment, they were no longer mere spectators. They had become part of the legend, entwined in the history of the night marchers. The leader stepped forward, eyes blazing with an ethereal light that pierced through the darkness. The energy crackled once more, and the connection between the past and the present tightened, drawing them closer to an unseen fate. With a sudden rush, the winds howled again, and the warriors began to move once more, their chant rising in fervor. The teens felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, a warning of what lay ahead. Would they be swept away into the folds of history, or would they find their freedom before the night consumed them? As the procession passed, feelings of dread mingled with awe, each moment stretching into eternity. The echoes of the past melded seamlessly with the present, and the night was far from over. The shadows continued to dance, beckoning with the promise of more to come, as the air thickened with suspense and the stories of the night marchers lingered, waiting to envelop all who dared to listen.